Hey guys, Savage Recovery back for another video. How are you guys doing? How are my savages? So the reason that I'm doing this quick stream is because earlier I got a notification for a stream that was done today about YouTube, about the black manosphere and the white manosphere and the separation of the two. And the reason I'm doing this video is because I just want to see what everyone else thinks. I wanted to understand if there was a majority of people that felt the same way, that they should black YouTube and white YouTube, or the black manosphere and the white manosphere should be separated, and that we shouldn't work together, or we shouldn't even collab or do anything with each other. Because I did see a stream from O'Shea today that was talking about this, and O'Shea is, he's a big man in the manosphere. And I've heard this from other YouTubers across for a while, for like the last year. And I just wanted to see what everyone else thought. I find it quite interesting. I find it interesting because my view as a whole is that, honestly, the family court laws and divorce laws and not statutory rape, the false allegations of rape charges affect men regardless of what your race is. It doesn't discriminate against race. It's gender based. Like in a divorce court, you're not going to pay more money to your ex-wife because of whatever gender you are. It pretty much comes down to your gender and if you can pay an attorney, and if the judge, for whatever reason, takes sympathy on you. It has nothing to do with any of that. Men that are finding out that they're getting hit with paternity fraud are white and black. It's a non racial thing. It's gender based. So I didn't really want to do a super crazy long stream today, but I just wanted to see what anyone else was thinking on this subject, because I do hear a lot of conversations about black manosphere and white manosphere being separate. Like there was a thing about Donovan Sharp leaving 21 Studios or 21 Convention or whatever it was from O'Shea, and Tommy did a video, or no, he didn't do a video, but he made a comment or a statement about how black folks need to not run to white folks. So I just find it weird. I don't understand, in a time after the civil rights movement and after this idea of equality, that you see it more and more prevalent in the policies and the ideologies nowadays of separatism. And like it seems like segregation is being brought back in 2021, which in the 1960s segregation wasn't good, and it was like, we can all agree that it wasn't good. But now for some reason it's coming back around as if like it's new and different and better. Now, Jarum, I can completely agree with you on that. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it doesn't make sense to me in today's day and age, to where, like, I literally just seen a like Donovan Sharp and Kevin Samuels did a video where Kevin Samuels said that men need to quit putting race first and stuff. And he was talking about how if you put race first and stuff, you're always going to see race through your interactions, no matter what you do. And this is from Kevin Samuels, that if you do an interaction and you're always putting race first, then you're going to find an issue if you're always viewed through that lens. That's not me saying it, even though I do agree with that. That was Kevin Samuels. You guys can go to Donovan Sharp's page today and look at it. He just posted it a couple hours ago. But what got me interested on this, like, it's not that what's got me interested, but I seen a live stream today with O'Shea Duke Jackson. And O'Shea, obviously, he's a huge figure in the manosphere, black or white. In the manosphere as a whole, he's a big name. People know who he is. And especially since him and Obsidian have put on a lot of the guys that are in the manosphere that are big names, like pretty big, kind of a giant in this space. He's talked about separation, complete separation. What's up, guys? So this is my only thing. This is my thing. So if we're gonna go and we're gonna say that, like, okay, so whites and blacks can't work together, the manospheres have to be separate. All right, everything has to be separate. O'Shea was talking about how black folks need to have their own stuff and they need to do everything themselves. Okay, so let me ask this question. Okay, does anyone think that that's a good talking point, or do you think he actually believes this? Do you think that there are a lot of content creators that are pushing this, that believe this? Because the reason I ask this is if we should have separate everything, so where is the effective black YouTube? Effectively, where's black Facebook? And now I don't mean YouTube that was made by white people that black folks are on and they have their own space, but the actual it was coded by blacks, it was funded by blacks, it's owned by blacks, it's ran by blacks, they paid for the servers, they paid for everything. Like, white folks had nothing to do with it. Where is that space at? Like, what is that page? What is that website? Where is effectively black Twitter? Because I don't think that there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with black folks wanting their own thing. But I do think it's kind of weird to be demonizing one race, but then be on a white platform and telling whites you can't come over here. Like, that's weird. Like, if people want to have their own separate stuff, like, I get it, I understand it. Like, I'm not saying they should or they shouldn't or they should have to or any of these things, but it's crazy to me when you can see content creators and people in their comment sections have such disdain for a group of people for no reason, but then be on white YouTube. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's weird. It's weird to me. Like, is this like the women's sports? Is this like it's for women only, and then all of a sudden men just start wearing wigs and start playing female sports now? What's going up, Wash Gamer channel? Here, I'm gonna drop the link, and I want to get any of you guys that want to come up here on the panel and discuss this, because myself personally, I really don't believe that when it comes to the manosphere in general, or when it comes to male or female issues, I don't think it's a race issue. I think it affects all of us.
What's up, man?
Now, I get it. I totally get it if some people don't want to work with other people. Like, I no one can make other people. Okay, hold on a second. Black pill. Yes, it is white YouTube. Just like the us and is mostly white people, but white people made a way to separate themselves. What's up? What's up, Crass?
Yeah, so I was thinking about what you were saying, man. And yeah, no, there's no place for a divided community. Like, we don't need to keep ourselves separate because divided we can't stand. And they know that if African Americans and white people get together, especially the men, and start fighting back against some of these laws they put on in place to oppress us, and we have a chance to overturn them. They keep us separate over these bullshit issues. Okay?
Well, like this is my whole thing. Like I understand that not every person's going to get along, and not everyone has the same agenda. But when it comes down to the laws, like there's no way we're going to get gender laws fixed if we're not working as a group. Like it's just not going to happen. Like you're not going to be able to get 10% or 30% of the population to be like, yeah, you know what, we should probably change divorce laws. And it happened.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're men.
Well, the thing is, it's like they keep people divided with these petty issues, right? So instead of focusing on things that do matter, for example, divorce, alimony, child support, child care, they keep us divided by trying to bring up race as if it's the only thing that matters in society, and it's not. But unfortunately, because you have so many people pushing this ignorant agenda, you can't really get anything done.
Yeah, like like I totally understand that like I'm not saying that everyone should work, like force people to work together or any of that stuff. But is it just ironic? Because to me, it's ironic that you have a lot of racial animosity that's going one direction, and a lot of people being unwelcomed in certain spaces. But at the end of the day, like if you cut off, like for example, in rap music, if you cut off, if no black artist is going to come out, Jay-Z's not going to come out and say, I only want black people buying my album. He's not going to do that. Lil Wayne's not going to do that. No rapper is legitimately going to come out and just say, I refuse to let white people buy my albums.
Could you imagine what would happen if they did? It wouldn't be worth nearly as much as they are now.
Like that's the thing. Like majority of rap music that's purchased in the United States is majority white. Like they are the largest buyers of rap music.
My question is, why would anyone want to limit their message? If you have a message and your message is good, or if it's bad, I don't know, whatever kind of message you want to push, why would you limit your ideas to one group of people? That's just, to me, that's just ridiculous.
I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure like O'Shea, I'm sure the people in the Black Manosphere they're making money. Like I'm sure there's a good amount of money that's being made. Like I'm not saying that like it's not working.
Well, the thing is, I guarantee they're not turning down that white guilt money. Ain't not one of them going to turn back that white guilt money. I couldn't see one of them getting a donation from some Patrick and saying, "Man, that name too white. Can't accept your money, bro. Here's a refund." I see that happen.
Black Pill. But I named Jay-Z and Lil Wayne. If those are the two rappers I named, okay, they're not using white people. They're not. They're working with them. They're making like Jay-Z when he sold his vodka brand or whatever his alcohol brand was. Did he sell it to black people or did he sell it to white people? Lil Wayne has said multiple times that he's never had a problem with race. He said multiple times that when he goes to concerts, most people that watch him most people at his concerts are white. He also said he didn't support Black Lives Matter, the movement. He was already worth $100 million. Like they're already worth money. Like they're already worth money. Like they don't. This isn't an upcoming artist. Like that's just not. They're not you like people that are strongly business mind. They're not like you're not going to succeed in the world if you start cutting people off.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Listen, okay, so if it like this idea of self-hating is stupid. It's a stupid idea. It's a stupid idea. Like when if I have $100 and I need to go get my car fixed, all right, I want to go spend my $100 and get the best I can get out of the $100 I have. It
Yeah,
doesn't
well, wouldn't you?
matter who. It doesn't matter who it is. If it's a white guy, a black guy, an Asian guy, whoever's going to give me the most for my money and the best service is what I want to do. In America,
I thought that was everybody. Everybody thinks
yeah,
like that. You think, right?
exactly. So like in America, like I'm not saying that you're slow, Black Pill, but like the idea that the idea that shout out New, what's going on?
So wait, what is Black Pill saying? I can't see the comment section.
He said that he pretty much was saying that those rappers use white folks, and that he said, I get what you're saying. I'm not slow. You work with the majority," is what he's pretty much saying. Yeah,
But yeah,
like
people always work with what they got, right? Again, if you're a mechanic, you serve the whole community. You're not using people. You're leveraging what you have to work with. And if your community's majority Hispanic, you're not gonna not do business with them because they're Hispanic. Like,
don't get me wrong. Like at the end of the day, like money's money.
yeah.
People are going like people are trying to feed their family. Like no one wants to take money off their plate. But I just don't understand why there's like such a negative tone in the manosphere, and it's crazy.
Well, it's division. If you can stoke division, it keeps people separate, right? It's like we used to be ashamed of the idea that we had segregation at one point. I remember when I was growing up, everyone was like, "Wow, segregation was so bad." And then in about 2013, it's the first time I ever heard of it coming back. There were schools suggesting that black kids weren't smart enough to learn at the same pace as white kids. Therefore, we need to resegregate schools. And this wasn't white people saying, this was black people saying. So they keep us divided on the most flimsy of reasons because they know if we come together, eventually we're going to start solving problems. Because you have to. At some point, you have to work together, whether you like it or not.
Okay, so Black Pill says, I'm saying you can't bring black and white people together. Black people are out for themselves. I want to stop the predatory system that gets black men. Okay.
Well, the thing is, everybody's out for themselves.
Correct.
Yeah.
Everyone
Don't mean
is.
you can't work together,
Yeah,
right?
like
The
that's
problem, yeah, sorry, go on.
well, like that's the thing. Like if you look at the statistics when it comes to the predatory system again is more of a class issue. And two, if you take a black man versus a black woman, the black man gets more time than the black woman. If you take a white man and a white woman, the white man gets more time than the white woman. The amount of time that a white man and a black man gets is not as far of a gap as a man to
Men
woman.
and women. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a much farther gap between gender than it is between race.
But everybody's trumpeting equality, ain't they? No, it's no, people are out for themselves because it's just a natural. It's just a natural way of doing it, right? Like the Asians are out for Asians. Jewish people are out for Jewish people. You got Polish people are out for Polish people. People are tribalistic, but that doesn't mean they can't come together. What happens is you get the people who have the most authority in the community, and they start saying, well, we can't help this person because they're not part of our community. And the thing is, we need to stop doing that shit and come together, because right now we got so many issues that cross gender, right? Like, again, men versus women, right? And then the people versus the government. And we can't fight back against the oppression that we're all facing under this government if we're opposing each other, too busy squabbling over nonsense and just foolishness. But it can't be helped, because like Tommy showed last night, you know, people are always going to be silly, man. They're always going to be trying to attack those who push the proper narrative. Right? Like Martin Luther King got killed because he tried to bring people together. Malcolm X got killed because he realized that he needs to unify instead of opposing all sides. Right? You can't win a battle with an army divided against itself.
So, Black Pill, you're saying 7% of the population is black men, make up 40% of the. I'm assuming you mean prison population.
The prison population, yeah.
Okay, so Black Pill, if you look at the crime statistics, 51% of violent crime by the FBI crime statistics is perpetrated by black men, ages 18 to 45, which would probably only be like 2 or 3% or 1% of the population, which is going to be like the gangs of Chicago. It's not going to be the group of blacks. It's going to be the minority of blacks. Like, nobody.
Can I ask this Black Pill guy a question directly? What do you mean the other half is due to white supremacy? What do you mean by that? Like honest question from a guy visibly black. What does that even mean? Because if you mean like white people put guns in their neighborhood, it's like, yeah, there's guns in white neighborhood. Doesn't mean you have to shoot them. You mean white people put some drugs in that neighborhood? Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to take them.
Yeah,
but liquor stores in that community.
Yeah, but, you have to drink. But see, that's a false equivalent, because whenever people say white people did this, it's not white people. Again, it's a minority of white people. It would be the CIA.
Well, yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is like he's saying it, the other half is white supremacy. So I'm going based off the fact that he's using the term, right? So it's the idea that, like, I'm trying to understand what he means by white supremacy, because again, if he means that there's some evil white people out there causing all this to happen, I want a clarification. Because
he says racially targeting and white people put drugs in their cars and stuff. Okay, so Black Pill, as a white drug addict and multiple time criminal, yeah, I had drugs in my car. Guess what happened? I got arrested many times. It happened many times. Like,
look,
white people don't get pulled over with a Kia Coke and then they get to drive home and
a pat on their back.
Like, yeah, people just forget. Like, the cops just forget about it. Like, oh, I didn't see you. See you later. Like that's not.
Oh my, Clancy, you showed up with a pound of Coke. Well, don't worry. I'll just call your dad Jim Bob, and everything will be fine at the end of the day. Don't worry.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say that there aren't bad cops that target blacks. I'm not going to say there aren't preconceived notions of bias. I'm not going to say there isn't.
But you can't really just assume like that it's just white cops. There's probably, I guarantee you, there's a bunch of Hispanic cops that are like, yo, man, that dude Jamarquavius pissed me off last Tuesday. I'm gonna fuck one of his niggas up. You can't just assume that is white supremacy, because the thing is, what do you even define as white supremacy? I don't see this idea that white people are bad and black people are the victim is a good thing. It's not.
Okay,
Because
so
again,
he says
just as easy. Okay, yeah, sorry.
he says I'm 17. I'm putting a camera in my car so white supremacists don't try to kill me.
White supremacists aren't trying to kill you, bro. Like, you're not that special. I'm sorry to say it, but there ain't a group of people going, man, this black pill dude, 17 years old, I'm gonna find this nigga, I'ma just fuck his shit right up. I'm sorry to say that, bro. Like, you're putting the camera in the car because you're paranoid. I'm sure there might be people who do harm to you, 100%, and they might be white, but you just as easily get your ass fucked up by some black people, by some Hispanics, not really by some Asians. They'll just fuck with your money. The same thing with the Jewish people.
Okay, so black pill. There are all sorts of government business loans and government grants for black entrepreneurs. That's a fact. 100% fact. Not only that, the amount of money that is spent on weave, on clothes, there's money out there. And white people as a whole don't have money to fund businesses. Like, that's a small section of the population. There's more white people on welfare than there's black people on welfare. A lot of white people are poor in America. Well,
here's the thing, right? Black pill. I get you scared because you hear LeBron James and all these fucking twats out there in black media talking about how you're just going to get attacked by the police. Some white guy's going to jump you in your neighborhood. But let's be honest. 84% of violent homicides against African Americans are perpetrated by African Americans, right? And if white supremacy was so strong out there, just killing niggas all day, why is LeBron James about to become a billionaire? Why is he about to own a piece of the Boston Red Sox? Why didn't they just kill him yet? Same thing with Jay-Z and Beyonce. They could just get rid of him. Why is it that there's so many African Americans able to make money? If your country truly hated black people, they would just do exactly what they did in Kenosha. Defund the police. They would just pull back and just build walls. These are black areas. These are white areas.
Like if people want to segregate, then cool. Like, that's, like, they have that choice. They're totally allowed to do their own thing.
Yeah, I don't have to like you.
But like that's fine. But at the end of it, y'all don't read and lie and say they gave no money. I'm not sure what this comment is referring to. I need a little bit of context to understand what you're referring to there.
Lie.
But
yeah, that's going to need more context, because that don't make no goddamn sense.
Like, so there was a actual think tank. There was a liberal think tank that came out, and said that the best way to get out of poverty is to graduate high school, get married, or actually graduate high school, get a job and keep it, and then have kids after marriage, and that almost guaranteed to make sure you don't live in poverty.
Yeah.
The lack of the family structure, of a family structure is very, very painful for any group. But I'm gonna go back to the topic. So this is what the topic's about. The topic is, in the manosphere currently, we have YouTubers that are saying that the black manosphere and the white manosphere need to be separate and not work together. And I asked the question, is that necessary? Do people believe that is a good thing to do, or do we need to work together? Because in my section, I think we should work together. That's what I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If you can't cooperate with people who are fighting for the same thing that you're fighting for, then who can you cooperate with? And if the only focus, sorry.
Well,
continue.
This is my issue. Like, I don't totally understand that if, like, I understand if you want to have separate stuff, cool, but there's no need. Like, okay, so where I live, all right, I live in a double house in Cleveland, all right. So there's an upstairs and a downstairs. I live in the downstairs, all right. And then at the end of the day, my neighbors, they live in a double, okay. Now I mow my grass, right? And that's my own self-interest. But when I mow my grass, I don't go over to my neighbor's house and then shit in their grass and on their porch and then come over to my grass and pretend like it never happened. And the reason I say that is because when you hear like the stream that went up today, it was pretty much fuck white people, like fuck them, don't come over here. Like, cool, you can have your own stuff, but I don't understand the need to go out of your way to just be assholes.
Well, the thing is that sounds like jealousy, man. Personally, if you have a situation, if you're happy in your situation, you don't go after other people's shit. You don't shit talk other people's shit. Now, if somebody says something stupid, you can call it out and you can have a conversation based on that. But to blame other people for your failure, to blame other people or to attack other people, it's a sign that you're not happy with yourself or your situation.
Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with listen, I'm gonna take care of my kids before I take care of someone else's kids. Like, I totally understand the whole idea of
I'm
wanting
not
to
saying
have
that
your own space, but like I don't need to go sabotage my neighbor's grass in my self-interest. Like, that doesn't benefit anybody.
Yeah, it's like, again, I'm not saying you have to do anything. You don't have to do a damn thing. You can just sit there and just veg and die, right? Everybody's given choices, right? I could choose to associate myself with you, or I could choose not to. I choose to, right? I could choose to get up on this stream and have an opinion, or I could just watch. I choose to have an opinion, right? These people, right, who they can have, like, you want to cut your shit in half and limit your audience to just the people who agree with you, that's fine. Right? You can have conversations where you try to involve everybody, and that's fine too.
So,
right?
Hold on a second. So there's a couple comments that I wanted to address. So one Black Pill says, how are black people jealous? They're oppressed. I'm not going to jail and becoming a statistic.
You're not oppressed.
What up, Primetime?
How were you?
Okay, so one, I don't think black people as a whole are oppressed. I think men are more oppressed.
LeBron James.
I think men. I think oppression is more gender based than it is racially based. But the next question is, the next statement was, where's it at? I don't see it. Okay, so Sleep Talking says, why do you guys want separate YouTube sections? I don't understand. No,
we don't.
It's not that we do. There's just been a lot of videos today about, in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of videos about the separation of the space. This is not something that I'm promoting. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. What's the other one?
And then it says, we do have oppressors, and yes, men have the same oppressor. Okay, so we don't. So
yeah.
So no, like, the family court don't care what gender you or what race you are. That's a fact. False rape
they'll fuck you
allegations
equally.
they don't matter. They don't care. Like they don't care.
I mean, the only
Any
time you
any
can get slick with it is when it's a broke motherfucker.
any woman
When
can
you ain't
point out
got
a
shit.
guy. Any woman can point out a guy. A white woman or a black woman can point at any guy that's white
And ruin
or
their
black
life.
or Mexican and say he touched me, and
Yeah.
it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Look what they did to Kavanaugh. And they spent a whole year trying to fuck his shit up. Man
Hey,
didn't do nothing.
Prime, you're more than welcome to come up here on the panel because
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
you frequent many of these YouTubers.
Yeah, but like I want to say something to Black Pill. Listen, Buzz, you're 17 years old. Ain't nobody fucking oppressing you. I know you think you're special, and that there's some government conspiracy out there to fuck your shit up.
There might
Get
be.
yourself an education, right? Get yourself a job, and stop, assuming that you're some kind of you're special or some shit. Because thing is, most of us, nobody gives a shit. The only people who care are in our immediate circle. Sorry, if you're gonna get killed, it's gonna be by someone you know. It's not gonna be by some fucking dude out in Texas. He don't give a shit about you. Don't even know you. Right?
So
Take the break.
organ harvesting and soul harvesting is definitely a thing. But
100%
again,
agree.
but again, the people that are kidnapped are the two number ones are Asians and blacks.
Yeah.
No prime. Listen, I'm not saying that black people aren't special. Like, I'm not making that argument. But the issue of it is we can fix things together more than we can fix things separate. Because at the end of the day,
Here's the thing, right? When I say you're not special, I'm talking to you specifically as a person. You as an individual, there might be something remarkable about you. I don't know you personally. But the idea that a 17-year-old of any variety outside of, an athletic prospect, that people are like looking at you, bro, you need to chill.
So,
you're 17. Relax.
Crass, could you please express what your genetics is, where your heritage comes from?
All right, I guess that matters. I'm half Trinidadian, half Irish. My dad's full on black, so black that you need a flashlight to see him in daytime. Right? The guy is as dark as they come. And
Okay.
my mom's white as a ghost. You happy?
Okay.
Do I pass the racial purity test to whoever's asking?
So this is what it comes down to. People are not trying to do stuff to live under the sun. I don't know if you know this, but white folks have been living in the sun since they've been on the earth. Like the sun sucks from time to time, but it's not wiping us out daily. Like we're not just fucking getting genocide by the sun. Like
there's sun in Florida and California. I didn't know that white people live there.
Yeah.
I thought you guys ran away from the sun. Yeah, hide under trees and shit.
There's white people who live in Florida. Not me, but not me.
No, like that's a strange argument. Like, people with this melanin obsession is silly.
Black pill. Listen, majority of black folks in America are not full-blooded black. Majority of the black folks that are here in America have a large percentage of white DNA in their system. The only people who are black in America came from Africa, like within the last generation or two. Like if your family came over here in the 1500s as a slave, the probability of you being fully black is like 1%.
So let me ask you: Is black pill like giving me a racial purity test here or something? Saying I can't speak on issues because the color of my skin ain't dark enough?
Hold on a second. Black pill. Come on. Like, we can both agree, was there probably some raping going on? Sure. I'm going to say there was probably some raping going on. But we're also going to admit that women will have with sex with men if it gives them benefits, correct? Like,
Yeah.
women will have sex with people in their best interest, correct? So was there some rape going on? Sure. Was there also some women that weren't getting raped because they got better treatment? Yes. Yes.
Like I
White,
don't think he understands that women are loose as shit. When it can benefit them, they will fuck anybody.
Black pill. Listen, I want to give you a little history lesson here. White people are not white. I don't know if you know this. That's not a thing. Like, white people are not white. And when you talk about white people, our genetics is diluted as well. There is no pure blood.
Yeah, it's vast. It's like accusing American whites or accusing Polish whites of the same thing that have what Americans did. Don't make any fucking sense. Like, there's a vast difference between cultures. Just because the skin look the same doesn't mean they're the same people. Go to Poland and then go to Germany, and you'll see that there's a very large difference between how those two cultures act. And their skin just as white. Their hair gets just as blonde.
But at the end of the day, to stop getting into the weeds, anyone that wants to come up here is more than welcome.
Yeah.
But I honestly think that the division in the manosphere isn't going to benefit us in the long run. And I feel that the gender war is a much bigger issue than people think it is. Like,
well, they're extremely united, the women.
Well, this is what people need to understand. Right now in Europe, there was just a woman that came out and said that they should make men have a curfew at 6 o'clock to protect women.
Yep.
There was just in Canada, there was a man that was never married to a woman and never lived with her, and he proposed to her, and she accepted it. She accepted the ring and then turned down the marriage because he wanted a prenup. And she sued him, and he had to pay her $50,000 a month in alimony, even though they were never married.
What in the actual fuck?
So with those laws that are being passed in other Western countries, it's only a time before that stuff starts coming here. It's only a matter of time before stuff starts to come here. So there was a woman that divorced a man, and then after they divorced, he went and started a business. And about 27 years after their divorce, his company was worth 57 million pounds, and she sued him for 1.6 or 2.2 million dollars, and the judge awarded her 400,000 pounds.
How? That's like me selling my house for $2 million and then finding out it's worth $10 million and be like, listen, Buzz, I know I sold you my house, but you gotta still pay me a portion of the profit you just made. You weren't part of the profit.
So the point that I'm making is that these laws have already, yes, that was in the UK, the divorce couple.
Pull that out.
So America is going to start taking up these laws, and we're already in a bad spot when it comes to the gender war. We're already losing, and it's only a matter of time before the gender laws become worse. And the more and more us men are bickering with each other, are not wanting to find common ground to fix the problem. Listen, if black folks want to hate me, that's cool. Hate me all you want, but at least understand that when these laws come down, they're going to fuck us all. Like, once we figure that out, you guys, we can go back to not liking each other and doing our own things, and mowing our grass and shitting in the other one's yard. Like, we can do that. But once they decide to pass these laws, we're fucked. Like we're
Oh
fucked.
yeah. Well, again, a house divided amongst itself can't stand, and we're too busy. We're too busy with this petty shit to actually deal with problems at hand. And again, it's like I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you, but like you ever been out and like your girlfriend and another girl pick a fight, and then they pit their two boyfriends against each other. Now you got to fight some strange nigga you don't know, all because of the words of some chick that you're fucking. You ever been in that situation?
Okay, so hey, Black Pill, I got a question for you, Black Pill. So I live in an all black neighborhood. I'm the only white guy in my neighborhood, and my bike was stolen. So are you going to give me reparations for my bike?
They stole your bike?
Now, Black Pill, I'm going to tell you right now, if you are willing to pay me for my bike that was stolen by a black man, if you're willing to pay me the price of the bike plus interest plus money for pain and suffering, then then I will totally bow down and agree with you. So I paid like $500 for the bike. So it's been a couple of years. So plus interest, pain and suffering, hurting my stance in the community. We're gonna put that at like $100,000 for this
Hey,
bike.
don't forget fear for your life, because they done
Yeah, I
stole your
feared.
bike. They could
Yeah,
come back and steal your TV too.
yeah, I feared for my life. So if you pay me the $100,000 in reparations for the bike that I was stolen, then I'll agree with whatever you say. But if you find it to be unfair for you to pay me $100,000 for my bike that happened in our lifetime, if that's not fair because you didn't steal it, then I don't know why you want to blame me for something that happened 160 years ago when our parents weren't even alive. My grandparents weren't alive.
Well,
My great
like, look,
grandparents weren't alive.
I gotta ask Black Pill the question because I'm assuming he's the one who asked me about my racial purity. How many generations has your family been in the United States of America? I'll wait for the
Okay, so
answer.
Black Pill, you said if you pay black men for being less black, we will work with you. Well, listen, um, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. My family is from West Virginia, and my family is from Ireland. So my family didn't own slaves. None of my family owned slaves. Actually, we separated from Virginia over slavery. So there is way more credibility to my claims of reparations for my bike than there are reparations from me to you. Besides the 160 years, no one in my lineage owned slaves. I know this for a
But
fact.
the thing is, it's like I am curious to know, like, how many generations American are you? Do your family date back to slavery? I want to know.
Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? Cool.
Good. What's going on, man? What's going on with you?
Not too much. Not too much. So the topic is about black YouTube and white YouTube, aka the manospheres, not working together. There was a stream done today by O'Shea Duke Jackson that talked about that they need to be separate, that whites aren't welcomed over there, that everything needs to be separate. And my opinion is I don't think that that's good for men in general, and I wanted to bring it to the panel. What they thought, if the manosphere should be separated, if there should be a divide and a hatred towards each other, or if we could come out and find common ground.
Yeah. So as for the common ground, I think it's really found. The only part of it I think that's missing is the classes of men being mentioned. Like, are white and black upper class men going through the same issues as we are? You know, and
No.
have come together. You know, we like Savage, you're one representative of what we call the Caucasian side. You know, you're more on the middle class to that side. You know, we haven't heard from the upper class side, which a lot of people are really contentious with. They really have a contention with upper class white men because they never heard their side. They're conflating your side with all sides instead of separating it. I think it's more of a class issue that goes on here that rarely
Uh,
gets talked
Well, I agree with you, but this is what people have to realize. The upper class whites and the upper class blacks are working together. Do you know how I know this?
about. I agree.
Well, if you're upper class, you probably have a business. So when Jay-Z went and sold his drink company, he probably sold it to a white man, right? Probably. When Jay-Z goes and he negotiates a distribution deal for his record label, he's probably talking to a white guy, right? Probably.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And here's the other
So
thing too.
they are working together.
Indeed, and I think it's oversaturated. I think what it is too is that a lot of people are the manosphere is filled with people who from different walks of life, different coasts, different centers. Me being from New York, like I have a different viewpoint than a black guy from the South or a black guy from the Midwest. I had a cousin from the Midwest. He couldn't stop talking about racism nonstop. And I'm like, I grew up with Italians, and they would talk to us crazy, but we would talk to them back crazy. So it was a different point of view. And I rarely hear that talked about in manosphere circles a lot. Is where you're from, your location, how you grew up, how your mindset is. We have a lot of like generalized conversations, and then we want to add details after the fact so we don't confuse people. Like I would say, oh, well, black women act this way. Oh, but then when they come at me for saying that, oh, well, then I have to go back and say, well, not all black women are like that. It's this one who fits there. If you're a head dog, you're hollering. Kind of. We don't start off with details. We start off with
when
generalized weakness. Yes, sir.
See, what I think you're right with a lot of it, but you should never backpedal, bro. Like if you say something, commit to it. If you say black women are like this, if they come at you, just say, look, if it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. But
Well,
the majority that I know, it applies to.
I
Leave it
can
at
tell you
that.
guys
Don't
this right
don't
now.
backpedal.
I can tell you this right now. So out of all of the white women that I've ever met that didn't like black guys, most of those women were drug addicts, and they did a lot of sexual acts for drugs with black guys. So they were in a vulnerable position, and these people took advantage of them, and that for whatever reason put a bad taste in their mouth, which is their own fault. But non-drug addict women, I've like the only woman I've only heard two white women in my entire life say anything, and they were both drug addicts that were doing whatever they could do to get drugs. I haven't met average women that are just walking around normal people say these things. When it comes
And
to when it comes to when it comes to me walking down the street, the average black dude around here doesn't have a high value of white people. It's openly known. It is quite acceptable in most places to talk shit about white folks.
oh yeah, it's a fact. But here's the other thing we're missing. Those fellas you talking about from your area don't have a high value of black men themselves either. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a value of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because like we'll harm each other before we even come with you. We'll talk crap about you, but we won't physically do nothing to somebody. We'll do something to our own first before we even think
And this is
about
the
doing something.
problem. Isn't that the
Well,
problem right there? It's like we don't address that either.
No,
We're out
I
there
mean,
killing our own
it's
kids. We ain't got
addressed. It's
to say about it.
addressed. It's addressed, but the reasons why are not addressed. Like, there's a lot of frustration that's not vented out here. Like, And
Yeah,
Mr.
it's
Obsidian, I
buried
don't
though.
know. Yeah, I don't know if you heard of Mr. Obsidian Ali. He had a show
Yes.
a couple of years back. It was black men venting their frustrations with black women as well, and it was getting somewhere. And then all of a sudden, like I think somebody had like said something crazy, and then he had to end the show. But it was a real good show because that part of venting out the frustrations that we have with each other is key. Like a lot of times you're just used as proxy. See, they'll use you, Savage, real quick. They'll talk about crap with you, but then as soon as you're in the chat room, they're quick to engage with you. You know what I'm saying? They're quick to talk to you.
Oh,
They're quick to even if it's something crazy hateful.
I
You
know.
know what I'm saying? So
Listen.
they're willing to talk to you.
Listen, bro. Listen. So you remember that? You remember when we were over at Jessica X's channel and that Courtney chick was cussing out Jessica X and telling her that she would whoop her ass and just acting a ham?
Man, probably. It's a long time, but yeah, keep going, man. I'm with you.
It was in the last couple months. She came on to the show, and then Jessica kicked her off, and then she came up a second time, and then she kicked her off. She came up the first time talking shit, telling her she would whoop her ass, and then she came off. The second time she came up, she was real nice and polite, and then she got kicked off. And then the third time she came up acting crazy, and she was talking about how black men weren't shit and blah, 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 and how white men were better. And I was in the comments trolling, talking about how white men don't want her either.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Oh yeah. Now I get it. Keep going. Keep going. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay, so after that, I went live, and Courtney came over to my channel, and we had a discussion. And I was cordial, she was cordial. I pretty much let her know that I was just trolling because you were saying crazy shit, so I was saying crazy shit, and we had a good conversation. But you know Eddie Aheem, the YouTuber that's about swirling.
I heard the name before. Is that like the blonde? He's the blonde haired dude, right? Blonde haired dude.
Yes.
I think he was Fantastic Channel one time.
Yes. So
Yeah.
because of that, he decided to he had me come on his stream like the next week and talk shit. Then he did it like an hour and a half, 2 hour stream about how I was a bottom shelf Brad. All right. So then he went to Jessica, and Jessica started going on his platform, and he told Jessica that I was supporting her and I'm a woman beater. Okay. So Jessica started talking shit about me, about how she doesn't accept woman beaters. All right.
Got you.
So trust me, I know.
Yeah. That's the crazy part. He told a whole lie, which you could not prove. Like you can't prove.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's true. So
okay.
I have a video about when I was in my addiction. The girl that I was dating for 7 years, we were on drugs together, and she was fucking dope boys, and I was doing my dirt, and we would be physically abusive to each other. I said this in a video that I uploaded and explained that after we got sober, we mutually broke up because we had grown apart as people, but we are still good friends to this day.
Okay.
So they took that and said that I was beating black women, which she's white. All right. But again, like I'm just saying for reference, I know what you're talking about. But this is the issue. I don't really care if people like me or not. I that's fine. But at the end of the day, like I was saying about the laws that are going on in Europe and Canada, those laws are going to come here. And if, as black men and white men, if we think the laws now are unfair towards men when it comes to women, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And if we're in our own places, putting our head in the sand, we're just going to be fighting and hating each other into a very unwelcoming place in America for men in general. So I brought up an article right here. I want everyone to see this article because like when I say that they legitly brought this up on the floor. So Hannah Bardell calls for curfew on men after women are killed. A curfew banning men from the streets after 6 p.m. should be considered in areas where women have been killed. Hannah, the party spokesman of International Engagement, floated the idea after the death of Sarah Evernon, who disappeared while walking home in the Brixton from Chatham in South London this month. Yesterday, a Metropolitan Police officer appeared in court charged with her kidnap and murder. So a cop killed her, and this is back on March 4th. So this lady wants men to have to go into be in curfew until if a woman ends up dead in a neighborhood, they want to make it to where men can't go outside after 6 o'clock. So how is that going to so is that law going to only affect white men, or is that going to affect all men if that shit comes to America?
It's going to affect all men, brother. It's definitely going to affect all men. And I think that's the big part that we're missing here, is that you always state that everything that we do right now is for the betterment of all men. I mean, the black manosphere, of course, they're going to look out for black men first. But, you know what I'm saying? We know we're the canary in the coal mine. So whatever happens to us is going to trickle down to everybody else eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's going to, like, there's another section too that nobody talks about, the Latinos. You know, the Latinos is they're going to have their own issues. I mean, if you're Puerto Rican, it's different than being a Salvadorian or Mexican, because like you're basically an American, but you're going to go through those issues as well. Child support is real. Child alienation is real. You know.
Well, that's the thing, and another thing we tend to do is we tend to alienate ourselves based on how we speak and how we act.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? It's like you got Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all kind of blacks, and if they speak with any sense of education, people start questioning their race. Like, well, you're clearly not one of us now. You're being too white, and then they get pushed out of the conversation.
Yeah, you caught yourself. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
Black pill. Okay, he says black men can deal with that after they stop white men from killing them. Listen, black pill. When you look at the FBI crime statistics when it comes to interracial crimes, 90% of the time there's interracial crimes, the victim is white. 10% of the time it is a black person. That is a FBI fact. It is a crime statistic that you can find from the numbers that are of crimes in America. When you look at 2018, there was 11 unarmed black men that were killed. There were 19 white people that were unarmed and killed in 2018. There is not mass groups of white people mowing down black people. That is just not true. It's not true in any sense of the word.
I definitely agree with you on that. And
this kid is crazy.
My bad. Yeah.
Oh, no, man. Sorry.
You got it.
Go on.
Like, if white people were so dangerous, then why does Drake, Kanye, and
Obama,
LeBron James all live in Calabasas, which is a predominantly white neighborhood?
Hey, don't forget Obama, man. He lives in a neighborhood that's got all at 8 black people, and his family makes up 4 of them.
Oh, yeah. All right, let me throw this reference in there, man. You guys are professional wrestling fans?
Yes.
What, professional wrestling? Of course.
Professional wrestling. All right, just the psychology of it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So for a long time, black people have been conditioned to think that white people are heels. But we all know with heels, eventually they become fakers. We like them once we interact with them. The problem is that a lot of people are not interacting with too many people. A lot of people are sheltered. They unfortunately don't have the interaction that some people can afford. That's why they'll look at me. Oh man, you talk to a white dude. What you a sellout? Blah blah blah. I'm like, bro, like,
yeah.
I've been growing up.
Times I heard that shit.
I've been growing up with different types of people all my life. I can't help that. I can't help where I'm from, you know, to have a different experience. So I can't even say out my mouth that I can't deal with white people. What? That's crazy. I know in a business sense, how am I gonna make money? I can't just sell to one group of people. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that.
The
It
thing
don't make
is,
no.
why should you feel like you have to, right? It's like the thing is, it's like if you have an opportunity to make your money, like why would you handicap yourself and only sell to your group because you're afraid of being a sellout? It's like LeBron James don't go out there and smack down tickets out of the hands of white people. He's standing outside the Lakers Center with his injured ankle going, "Who that nigga? No, sorry, you too white to get in this crowd."
But here's the thing. Let me explain that. But it happens on all sides. I'm just explaining the black side because there's a white side
I
too.
know.
Savage. Like there's white guys that say, "Why are you working with that black guy for? You should be working with us. Why are you doing this with this black guy?" You're like, look, man, he's just a human being, just like anybody else. Matter of fact, he can produce just like anybody else. Why I'm not messing with him? Why I'm seeing the only color I see is green. I don't see races.
Yeah.
You know.
Listen, I've never seen that.
Exactly.
I've never seen that.
You know what's crazy? When I first came to Ohio, that's when I first saw interracial relationships for like the first time, brother. When I came to Ohio, like I was like, Ohio, where you from? Is like one of the big places on the low interracial dating and marriage. Cause like when I first came over here, it's like everybody deals. The most I saw was like Puerto Rican and black. I never saw like even when I think I was in the church program down there for like the whole summer, and I met the pastor's daughter. She was white. She was treating me nice, and I'm like bugging. I'm like, what am I so why are you treating me for? Like out of all these people out here, why me? And I didn't have experience at that time to see that because even though like we grew up with Italians, but they stuck to their own. They rarely went outside. Like what I'm saying. If they did, like it was a rarity. But like Ohio, where you from, brother? Like seeing it, that's why I think you have a different point of view because like Ohio's very big on that. Like from Cincinnati to like Columbus to Dayton to Toledo, Midwest, y'all definitely on it.
So Black Pill, it says I didn't see race. I didn't see race until I watched a video on the history of slavery. Listen, Black Pill, you need to go and actually look into. I actually did a video on knowledge of racism it's not known. You can go on my channel and look at it. There were more white slaves taken into Africa at the same time blacks were being taken to America than landed in America. It's a fact. The Muslim slave trade or the Arabic slave trade started hundreds of years before whites ever came to Africa for slavery. Like the slave trade wasn't started by whites. The treatment that the Arabic slave trade was way worse on slaves. The majority of slaves, like the majority of male slaves in the Arabic slave trade, were castrated so they couldn't reproduce. That's why there's not a lot of blacks in the Middle East. That's a fact. The term slave comes from the word Slav because Slavs were slaves.
Yep.
Can I add one thing, Mr. Savage, about that?
Of course.
Yeah. My parents from West Africa, man, and I don't know if you heard of the guy Ike Ojimin from he's on Bernard Riley's chat room sometimes. Ike.
Maybe I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's like an albino gentleman. I wanted to always ask him this one question because one thing being black, another thing being an albino black in West Africa, and for what I've always learned from, I wasn't raised there, but I've have family members tell me stories and stuff like this. You want to talk about real racism? When you go to West Africa, you are albino black. There's stories of people cutting your limbs off and using it for sacrifice.
Yeah, because they think that like there are tribes that think that they have magical powers to cure AIDS and to cure all sorts of stuff. They'll cut their hands off and stuff. Yeah,
like what I'm saying, they're just facing a issue off their skin alone. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the whole thing in South Africa. That I'm not South African, so I really don't know that true whole story. But a lot of the stuff we learn from the television is not what is really happening in these countries. A lot of that racism that we learn, that white people don't go through racism. I mean, shoot, y'all got your own colorism through the hair, right? If you're not a blonde, you're considered less than, right?
No.
That's the media perception. If you're not blonde hair, blue eyes, look at the Japanese how
Uh,
they look how they treat
well,
look how the Japanese anime looks at white people, blonde hair, blue eyes, like Goku, for example.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kind of like that. Like they'll look
So
at it. Yeah, go my bad. Go ahead.
so,
You're
so
like the Elric brother.
the way that blonde hair and blue eyes goes is that's mainly for women. So like if a woman has blonde hair and blue eyes, that's a rare occurrence. So like it's just like being a supermodel or being super attractive. Like those are just it's a rare trait. So it's people like it, but no one judges it's like cake. Like cake's good, but icing's better. If a chick had blonde hair and blue eyes, then that's just icing on top of a cake. Like that's really it's not like we don't like this is the misconception that people this is what the misconception that people have about white folks. We are not a monolith. We don't become successful and go back and start helping out just white people that like we just don't help white people. We don't move as a group. We don't do that stuff. Like if I become a millionaire, I'm not obligated to go help out everyone from the city I was born in. I'm not obligated to only hire white people. Like I'm not hired to put on white people from my town. Like none of that stuff is like we don't do that. Like we
Well, look
literally
at Bill Gates, man. You'll never see Bill Gates helping out in rural Alabama. He don't give a fuck about them broke ass crackers down there.
Yeah, but what I was saying with the anime stuff I'm definitely get what you're saying, but the depiction kind of deal, like how we go crazy off depictions, they do the same depiction, even though you guys might not. You're like whatever, blonde hair, blue eyes, Japanese character, blah blah blah. But like, there's a certain hint of like, I don't know, want to call it racism, but more of stereotyping. And I think some people get stereotyping and racism mixed up. And, sometimes they don't understand, okay, there's a thing called a bigot, but in a racist, you're rarely going to run into a racist. Like, you're going to run into a bigot more than you run into a racist. Like, I've met plenty of black bigots, especially in Harlem. Like, you go to Harlem 125th by the Apollo, you're going to run into a whole bunch of black bigots. But guess what? Those black bigots, you know how they get away with it? They'll get with a light-skinned chick and say, yo, I'm still pro-black. You know what I'm saying? They'll do it like that. Like there's all types of bigots in this world. Like, we just can't call out one, and we don't have no proof, no back end, no nothing. Like, yo, I heard cats calling you all types of names. Crazy. I'm like, where's your facts? Where's your proof? You doxing somebody don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? Unless you know that person, what they went through, you can't really talk. You know what I'm saying? They waiting for you to just, I don't know what they want you to do. They want you to pull out 1 million back friends with you, like the Verizon man. I do have no clue. Like I have what they want you to do to prove yourself, Mr. Savage. I have no clue.
Well, see, that's the thing is like, just never like, what's the point of proving yourself? These people, like, they don't care. It doesn't matter how many good things you do. It takes one thing to tear you down, right? So you just don't. Never apologize. Don't bend the fucking knee. A lot of people just don't know that.
So Black Pill says, I still will blame white people. And he says, I'm going to practice nepotism and I'm going to help black people specifically, or especially black men. Okay.
I think he's just trolling because nobody can be that stupid.
Like he might be trolling, but I'm just going to put it out here like this, bro. If you're going to blame and have hate in your heart and a mindset, people are going to see that. It's going to limit opportunities in your life.
It's going to reinforce your already stupid ideas.
It's just that simple. Like I guarantee you right now, as a white dude, I couldn't go into predominantly white places and be racist and get anywhere. It's not like it wouldn't work. Like majority of white folks
most
don't.
Places as a white person in general, look at your face, bro. You got tattoos on your neck and shit. They look at you sideways trying to go to a nice Starbucks.
Majority of white people, we like see the difference between white folks is like we shun bad behavior. So people, if they think you're racist, they'll tell you that, and they'll stop talking to you. If like we shun like the term trailer trash. That's white people looking down on other white people and saying that they don't want to be a part of that, don't want to be associated with that. And what people don't realize is when like I've dated many different types of women. The same things that black women say and do are the same things that white women say and do. Like what people don't realize is 40% of all children born in the United States are born to single parent households. So if the black community makes up only 13 or 14, or even if you want to put 20% of the population, in order for there to be 40% of children being born to single parent households, that means that there is a large number of white people that are doing it. So this independent woman idea of this feminist woman, this strong and empowered woman, it's in the white community as well. Like we deal with the exact same thing. Like we do.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Savage, you said white people they shun other white kind of negative stereotypes. Do you
Correct.
feel that? Do you feel black people do that same thing as well, or
no?
Okay, and what? Now you said no, right? Okay, now that I think that's where the problem is coming from, because like we're looking at mainstream media, right, as our source, correct, and our everyday lives, right?
Correct.
So what's the point of the manosphere then? What are we doing out here? Are we not shunning behavior, or what's going on with the manosphere that you've been around and you experienced? What's your opinion on that in terms of shunning bad black behavior?
That's not the majority.
Okay, I get that's fine. That's fine. That's not I'm not saying that's the majority, but I'm just asking, is that side? Because I mean, the majority is getting paid off of it too, because you gotta look at it. Okay, look at Al Sharpton, right? I'm from New York, man. He's from Harlem. He's been in the game for about, I say, damn near 40 years. And Al Sharpton has gotten paid off of fuckery. You know what I'm saying? Every time.
Yeah.
He still will not admit the Tawana Brawley thing. He won't admit it. And that's the people up top getting paid for. But the average middle class black folk, I think they are turning it down. It's just that's the reason for the manosphere. Our voices aren't heard like that. You know, our voices aren't heard. So it makes us look like we're a minority when we're not.
No, so this is what I mean. So do you have good black folks that like want to take care of their kids? They don't want to be with the fuck shit? Yeah, sure. But here's the issue. So back when I was a kid, Eminem came out. All right. Do you know what my mom told me about Eminem?
Go ahead.
She told me that I wasn't allowed to listen to his music. My mom didn't feel that as a teenager that his music was appropriate for me to listen to.
But here's the thing, though, Savage. You put an individual story. Have you heard of Prodigy, the rock group, the one that made Smack That Bitch Up? You know, that's not something that's positive music. But at the same time, there were kids who were allowed to listen to that music. But that doesn't mean that their parents shunned them for that bad behavior. I
understand what you're saying.
Let me finish. There's also black parents though that shun their kids for listening to music. There wasn't a bunch of parents that made their kid. Maybe the millennial. I think you're going at the millennial generation of black parents, and not Generation X. That's why there's a lot of rebellious kids out here, because a lot of Gen Xers, and even in the chat, they'll tell you like their parents wasn't letting them listen to music. Oh man, but keep on, my bad.
Well, so here's the thing. It's like, but these same kids whose parents were letting them listen to that music, they're now letting their kid listen to Nicki Minaj and all this WAP and shit, and they're being praised for it.
Hold up. What's the name, sir? What's your name?
My name is Crass, bro.
Crass. Okay, Mr. Crass. Does your family? What are you, Hispanic?
Man, I'm not Hispanic, bro.
Oh, no,
Yo, I'm half black. I'm half white,
I was
bro.
thinking you mixed Hispanics. Okay.
Don't call me
All right,
Hispanic, bro. I ain't Mexican.
I thought you was. That's my fault. My fault. You know.
Bro, cool. He's fucking.
I see the ponytail. Whenever I see a
Yeah,
ponytail from New York, and I see a ponytail, I'm thinking you're Hispanic.
No, it's just my afro was getting a little bit too much. I had to pull it back, man.
I got you. So,
It's getting a little wild.
You gotta realize this, man. When we say those things that parents are not, white parents are just not letting their kids listen to music, we gotta be real and know who's going to those concerts. This is where I think the conversation, sometimes we gotta be realistic. Those white kids are going to those concerts. There's not a bunch of black kids.
I'm not saying they're not.
No.
I'm not saying that.
But you gotta let me finish. There's a bunch of, just because your mom said, "Oh, you can't listen to Eminem," doesn't mean the next mom was doing that. Just like we're thinking, "Oh, black moms are just letting their black kids listen to whatever." No.
Cool.
There's a yes, sir. Go ahead.
I agree with you, and I understand that my anecdotal experience is just that, it's anecdotal. But name me one white city that has the same gun violence as any inner city in America.
There is no white city, though.
My point.
There is no white.
Correct.
There is no. When you think of a white city, hold on. Let me finish. You said a white city. You gave me a question that there's no way I can even answer, because there is no white city, even if there's a good one to pick from. There's not an area.
Name a majority suburb. Like name any place that's majority white that has the same gun violence. It could be a suburb, a town, it could be a village, it could whatever. Majority of the people buying rap music are white, but you don't have the same crime. You don't have the same crime.
Yep, you don't.
Look at Chicago.
I think this is the part we're missing, though. I think we're missing a big part, though. We're kind of generalizing again the conversation. When you said the crime, you brought up a crime from music. Those are two different things. We don't bring out why crime is. We don't bring out that situation.
A lot of it comes from culture, right? A lot of it comes from culture, and the fact that there's no real structure in the home.
There is no black culture, though. What I'm trying to say, most rappers use Italian mobster names, bro. They use Italian mobster. There's a Yo Gotti. There's a Gotti. There's a Mussolini. There's a Cormega. There's a Nas Escobar. We don't have a culture. Whenever there's something negative in terms of rap, we'll use an Italian mobster's name.
But the thing, man, is like Italian mobster culture would not allow for the things that happen in the black community.
Exactly.
It was all about family and respect.
Nah. They're committing violence too, bro. I'm from New York. Hold on.
No. I'm not saying that they didn't commit violence.
I'm from New York. Hold on. You just said name a white area that was filled with violence. Little Italy in the Bronx was filled with violence, and there was a whole bunch of Italians there. Some parts of Brooklyn, Brighton Beach, they were full of whites, full of violence. Now, was it to the level of blacks? No, because the one thing you're missing is order. That's the main thing that's not being talked about. When you're dealing with those type of gangs, they have order and ranks and respectability within the men of those ranks.
I got a question for you. What years are you talking about that there was a lot of Italian violence?
80s and 90s.
Okay. So the Italian mob, the Italian mob in the 80s and 90s under war had as many killings as Southside of Chicago.
Today? No.
Philadelphia.
No, we're talking about a whole city versus maybe a 5-block radius. Plus, like I said, we're talking about. Okay, when we say Chicago, we use Chicago, right? What's going on with Chicago? Who's the OGs of those little gangsters in Chicago right now? Who are the OGs?
They're locked up.
Who are they? They're nobodies. So you got a whole bunch of kids just shooting each other up with no order. There's never been order. And you go ahead.
Did any of the top guys of the mob get locked up?
Which one, Italian mob?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sammy the Bull. Yeah, John Gotti. You had a few, yes.
Did the streets become war zones?
After they died, they were still war zones.
No, after they were locked up.
After they were locked up, yeah, they were still war zones.
Yeah.
Because you still had Peter Gotti coming in, you had John Gotti Jr. coming in. You still had violence. Right, and it really stopped right when John Gotti Jr. was locked up, and then they started switching from that to a Russian mob, which Russian mobs knew we're not going to commit as much violence as the Italian mobsters did. We're going to run our ranks a little bit better, and that's what they did. They did that. They ran the clubs in New York here. You haven't heard too much violence from the Russians since then. Matter of fact, you rarely hear about Italian mob violence going on anywhere to this day.
Yeah,
Russians are extremely precise. They shit.
Do you know why?
Because of order.
No, because they don't shoot anymore.
Yeah, but that comes from order. So that comes from order. You have to have order. You have to have structure. You have to have these things that's going on. What's missing in this conversation is there's a lack of structure and order. And
the thing is, where does that come from? Where do you usually find structure and order?
You find structure and order from your family, which includes your father. Which includes your father. And here's the thing, though. You guys are not using the stats. Most black men don't have kids today. These zillennial black men don't have kids. So the stats, most black men are in the middle class too.
Correct.
So that's these stats that we're kind of throwing out is like Chicago. That's a one-off thing. There's more black men graduating from college that are in jail right now. So the things are on the up.
Correct.
The problem is the image is what you're getting at. And the image is because I think part of it is that we have a lot of kids that are not in the lifestyle, that want to be in the lifestyle, that want to uphold that image. That's where you get a lot of this hate coming from you at Savage, like from that gentleman that was sending those chats earlier. Like I said, he's not outside. There's a lot of cats that are not outside with it. They're not in the streets. They want to think they're from the streets. Have you ever been in one of these Reddit conversations about murder rates? It makes it sounds so crazy. Oh man.
But guess what though?
Yes, sir.
So what happens if you use proper English and don't use grammar? You use proper grammar when you speak. What is said?
What is said with black people?
Correct.
When you're black people, you're either you're bougie or you're sounding white.
What happens if you try to get good grades in school? What do they say?
You're sounding bougie or you're sounding white. So the heel thing is to say you're white, which I get what you're saying.
Correct.
But
that's my point.
Yeah. But you're looking at it from the lower class.
You're
looking from the lower class.
Yes, but guess who? But guess who's saying they're oppressed?
Who is saying they're oppressed? Which black people are
the lower class? The lower class.
Yes. But the lower class. But here's the thing, though. With a lot of black people, especially online now, with the manosphere, a lot of these low class black people, they're starting not to really matter anymore. They're only being used to make money off of now, which is DLM, which is all these other organizations using.
Listen, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but but this is what you understand. When it is so when it is socially acceptable, when you have people that are twerking on couches and you have people defending them, that's not shunning bad behavior. Going after the man that was saying, "Don't be twerking in my restaurant," they go after him and want to cancel the restaurant because he was shunning that behavior. But when you see a Karen do something stupid, you don't see white people out here going after saying that she was right. Like, you don't see that. Like, my point of it is there's a lot of negative traits that are pushed, that they're propped up by the media and they're propped up by average people. And average people say, well, you're trying to be white. Average people, what, you trying to get good grades? You trying to be white? Like, So that being said, there is a culture or there is a idea of not being white is bad.
Although I
Is it
will say,
Is it though? Let me interrupt. Is it though when you they'll say that on one end, but then you said they're moving to the neighborhoods that white people are frequenting, right?
Yes.
well, move
So
there
is
for
it bad
safety.
then if that's the case? I mean, it sounds like they're saying one thing out and then meaning another thing.
Cognitive dissonance, man.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
is that the case?
So who's moving out? Who's moving out to the richer neighborhoods?
You said earlier, right? When LeBron James or whoever, when they get their money,
Mm-hmm.
right? They
Mm-hmm.
The
move
second they get
to
their bag, they move out to a nice white
the
neighborhood,
nicer neighborhood,
full of
right?
all
So
those white
they to the white
supremacists that
neighborhood.
they're scared of.
Mm-hmm.
So automatically, you said better. You said
Yeah,
better. Now, when you say
correct.
better, automatically, and then move it to a white neighborhood. So we're saying one context, oh, when you talk a certain way, proper English, you're talking white. But then the same, and that's supposed to be negative. But then at the same time, when we're moving to a new neighborhood that's not with black people, that's a positive.
So,
That's where a lot of confusion is coming from.
Well, the thing
well,
is, it's a personal positive, but a societal negative, right? So if
so
a group of black people do something that is considered white, they're viewed as traitors, sellouts, garbage people, right? But the thing is, individually, they think they made the right choice for them and their family, but they would never express it openly. Like you would never see LeBron James come out and say, "Man, I'm so happy I moved to this all-white neighborhood. I don't miss Compton at all. I don't miss Anchorage. I don't miss any of these black areas at all." Right? He'd never say that publicly. What he will say publicly is, man, there's a bunch of racist white people out here just hunting down us innocent black people who've never done nothing to anybody. And I fear every day that my son, who goes to a rich, all white school, is going to be hunted down like an animal by those Nazi white supremacists. They'll say that, right?
So this is the issue. What I'm getting at is you have blacks that say that being white is bad, but when blacks get money, they go to a neighborhood that has less crime and better schools.
Yep.
So the dissidence isn't on my end. Like the dissidence isn't on my end. I live in the hood and I want to move my kids to a better neighborhood so they go to better schools.
Indeed.
But you don't see me walking around the neighborhood shunning people, telling them they're trying to act a certain way. Like I know I live in a shitty place. The schools aren't great. I want to give my kids the best education I can give them, so I want to move them somewhere else. You don't see me up here saying that that people are oppressed or trying to make like. This is the issue. You have people like Al Sharpton that says that racism is so prevalent, but he makes money off of racism. So the black community hasn't gotten better from anything that Al Sharpton has done.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one of those elite blacks that are selling out the class below him. Same thing with LeBron James. LeBron James is doing the exact same thing by him moving to a white neighborhood and then saying that he's afraid of white people hunting his son down when he leaves the house, even though he moved to an all white neighborhood. Like that dissidence isn't on my end. But my point of it is you see a lot of bad behavior and it doesn't get checked. It just doesn't. And as a white person, if a black person's doing something crazy to you and you say anything, you're racist. So the only people that can say anything about it are black folks that can say something about it. And what do they get called when they start shunning bad behavior?
Sellout, racist, white
Yeah.
supremacist, tool of the.
And here's the other thing. You see who I got on there. You see how I got on there. AOC, right?
Yeah. She's
AOC
great.
is another one. She's another one that calls about Latinos are being oppressed while she's with a white man. You know what I'm saying? And she's from Westchester County. She's nowhere near from the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? And she's another one that does it. There's a lot of people. If I was a low, like, if I'm not low class, you know, I was around the middle class. I was lived in the lower class section for most of my life, worked my way up to middle class. If I was a lower class black person and I see people like Oprah and Al Sharpton benefiting off of me, I would have a real problem. I would have a real problem because it seems like the low class black people, you really talk to them, they really want to get out of it and do better. Now, I don't know about your area, Savage. I don't know what your area, if that's like that. But from where I'm from, a lot of people want to get out and do better. A lot of people ain't on this shoot 'em Chicago shit. You know, they're not on that shit. They're trying to get better. But the people who are on top are profiting off of the stereotypes of the lower class or what they think the lower class is about. That's why if you saw the Democratic National Convention thing, the commercial, they had strippers on there. Whose idea was that?
What?
Yeah, boy.
Bro, I didn't even see that. They had some strippers in that shit.
Yeah. What I'm trying to get at is that a lot of elite black people are profiting off of this, and they're not. And when black people finally do say something, you're right. We do get killed sellouts, and then when it's affecting guys like Savage, and he calls it out, now he's getting called a racist. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a circle of L's going around. This circle of L's where nobody can just get through and try to reach to these people. Because I'm gonna ask you a question, Savage. You truly do care about black people, right?
Yeah, my son's black.
Exactly, and you're just trying to see you're whatever your opinion is. You're just trying to make sure that you're just trying to give them a better way of thinking because you've been in that gutter before. You've been in that gutter before, right? So you're doing it out of genuinity. A lot of people don't see it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because you have elite blacks basically telling you, hey, they're racist, all while they're doing business with these same people. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
they're doing business with people who
it profits them to hold you back, man. That's why.
Well, here's
they make their money off of you.
But this is the other issue. So the reason that I have this channel is because I have a very unique perspective. All right. Mm-hmm. So I grew up in the projects. My family, you guys can look it up. It's in Windham, Ohio. There are like the majority of the city was projects. My family lived, if you guys can look it up, I lived on Community Road in Windham, Ohio. You can look it up. Mostly projects. Most of them have been torn down, but they were built after World War II for temporary housing for the soldiers. And I was born in 1989. So they had been up for years by the time that I lived in those projects. So my family was on welfare when we were born. My parents were not married. So I'm a bastard. I grew up white and in a project. But you know what my parents did? My parents saved money and did what they had to do to make sure that we got out of the projects. So within a couple of years, we moved to a trailer on some, like we rented a trailer. And then from that trailer, we moved to another trailer. And then that trailer, we moved to a trailer that had a bunch of land and a farm. So my parents felt shame for being on welfare. And my parents sacrificed to make sure that I didn't grow up my entire life in those projects. I only have lived in when I say a house, I mean legitimately I've only lived in a one family house for 1 year out of my entire 32 years. I turned 32 tomorrow. I've lived in a house for 1 year out of my life. My parents divorced. After my dad divorced my mom, he ended up getting a house, multiple houses. My dad was a hardworking dude and made money. My mom, she didn't. I lived with my mom. She lived in a trailer park. I grew up in a trailer park most of my life. But I had a hood mindset. That's how I saw the world. I sold drugs, committed crimes, and was intrigued in doing things that were not good. Like, I always thought it was cool to do the bad things. It was a mindset. It was a mindset that I had. I changed my mindset after I got sober. I've been sober 6 years, as I hit 6 years February 23rd of this year. In the time that I've been sober, I went from being a homeless criminal junkie to being a middle class dude. And before anyone says, well, it's white, so you could have done it, I went to a treatment center with black and Hispanics. It was a treatment center that accepted males of any race, of any ethnicity into it for free. So everyone could get the same help. It wasn't specific. It wasn't based on insurance. It wasn't based on any of these factors. It was a place that was made by alcoholics to help people get sober. Then after that, I had to take accountability for my actions and the things that I did. It wasn't the cops that set me up. It was me doing criminal activities that got me arrested. Then when I didn't drive for 2 years, it wasn't because the cops were being dicks. It was because I kept getting arrested for driving under suspension. So they stacked up my suspensions. My first 2 years of being sober, I didn't drive. I had to ride the bus in Cleveland. To get around to my job. So I went from being a poor kid, a criminal, to changing my mindset and getting the negative traits and bad behaviors that I had that held me back out of my way to get ahead. Now, am I as far as my sister who didn't go down the exact same path that I did? No, she's far, far, far ahead of me. And she's younger than I am. She's married, has kids, was making $90-some thousand at 25 or 24, working for a bank because she went to college, and she got good grades in school, and she didn't get arrested, and she made good choices. But we grew up in the same poor household with my mom, where we were broke, where we had winters without heat and summers without electricity. Same two people, same household, same parents, different outcomes. The only difference between her and between me was the decisions that we made. So it's the mindset that holds us back. And I know this specifically because I've lived through it and changed my outlook on life, and things changed for me. And that is as a multiple time felon with face tats and hand tats. If people think that like just because I'm white that I get a pass, that is not true. In the career that I'm in, which is a career that has a lot, I'm in a trade. There are a lot of people that have drug problems. There are a lot of people that have criminal histories. I have face tats. I've been told by people that are above me that me having face tats limits where they can send me, because they can't send me to hospitals and other places because I do not look professional. The fact that I'm white does not in any way give me some bonus to where I can just go into hospitals and it's okay. I can't go to hospitals because a lot of the places you have to do a background check, and I can't pass a background check. So these are all decisions that I made that put me where I'm at. And it has nothing, like the owner of my company is white. He's not giving me special treatment because we share the same skin. Like, that's not true. It isn't true. So the mindset of people is what holds people back. Like, it's that simple.
Indeed.
It's the decisions that we make. If you are a woman and you let every guy that you ever have sex with shoot up your club, what's more likely going to happen? Are you going to have a bunch of kids? Are you going to get pregnant? Yes, you are. Everything that we do has an issue. And the issue that's coming down is people want to blame other people for their problems. Black women want to blame black men. White women want to blame white men. Black men want to blame white men. Like, everyone wants to blame each other, but you're not going to succeed. Like, the difference, like, when you become a business owner, when you start a business, you're 100% responsible for everything that goes on with your business. Every decision, if you take a job and you can't get the deadline done, that falls on you. Like, when you're a foreman, I was a foreman for an electrical company, non-union. if my guys fucked something up on a job, guess whose fault it was as the foreman? It was my fault. Even if I was supposed to be able to rely on them to do something, it's still my job to go and check to make sure it was done right. Because regardless, my name is the foreman on that job, and I am 100% responsible for anything that goes wrong. The buck stops with me. I can't go to my boss and say, oh, it's because this guy sucks. Oh, it's because this guy didn't show up for work. Regardless, the job needs to get done, and I don't get any breaks just because I'm a white dude. People need to start taking accountability of their actions and the predicament they put themselves in life. There are things that are outside everyone's control, but you have to make up whatever is not in your control. As a man, you're supposed to see the problem and try to overcome it. It's just that simple.
Indeed, yeah, that's a real ass story you went through, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a story that most people don't go through. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people will talk but never been through your shoes. They never lived your lifestyle. And I can't imagine you having those tattoos right now and you going to a job and let's just say you have a black male boss, he sees those tattoos and he's already stereotyping you. And he won't like it if he's had tattoos and he has a white supervisor and he's getting stereotyped himself. So it's like you're going through those stereotypes every day. Am I correct?
Yeah, like listen, there's guys at work that don't want to work with me because they don't like my tattoos. They don't like that I was a drug addict. I've got other guys that don't want me on their jobs because I'm a drug addict and they don't like me. I literally have a guy that was telling other guys at work in the company I work for that while I was on heroin, I was blowing other males for drugs. This never happened. It never happened in my life. Yet someone who is white is also telling other people this thing. So for people to think that like there's just like this huge easy mode for white people, there's just all this camaraderie. And no matter what, we try to take the piece of shit, humble, broken toy white guys and we just prop them up. Just prop them up to success is not true. Like it's not. Like
you watched that movie based on McDonald's, with Michael Keaton. You seen that movie? That's perfect point. Like somebody just stole his business under him, and he was the same skin color as him. A lot of black people think, oh, because he's black, you won't steal from me. Man, you get robbed on sight by a black person first off. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, a lot of these people have to experience life. That's why they're talking crazy. I doubt someone who's really experienced life is going to talk to you crazy like that, unless they see your tattoos and they're not, they're, suburban black kid who's never been around that type of lifestyle. He might think that, but like people from the street, they'll see a tattoo. They're like, man, this dude been through some shit. He's been through a lot.
So Black Pill, yes, he said that I gave fellatio to males for drugs, which never happened.
That's wild.
I've never said this. It's never happened. But again, decisions that I made allowed other people to say stuff that was believable for other people. It's not because my hairline. It's not because I have blue eyes. It's not because I have blonde hair. It's not because I'm white. It's because I made decisions that other people don't like, and that's what they do. They hate. That's simple. Everyone deals with it. Everyone deals with it. White people are just like black people. We have problems just like everyone else. I wake up and put my pants on one leg at a time, and I go to work and I do my job, and I get yelled at by my boss over some shit that I can't control. I can get fired just like everybody else. At the end of the day, I still have to come home and I still pay $130 a week in child support. I still have to see my kids. I still have women that I had kids with that aren't happy with me, or they love me or don't love me, or they think that I'm not seeing my kid enough, or they think I'm trying to see my kid too much, or they like white people are just like everyone else. We're literally waking up just trying to get through our day and get through our life just like everyone else. Like when I get off work, I'm not going home and getting my Ku Klux Klan hood out of the dryer and ironing my sheets and plotting a 15-point way of holding down black people tomorrow because it's the weekend and I can't wait. Like I'm going trying to figure out how I'm going to be at this job I need to be at and see my kid and make my girlfriend happy, but not piss off my kid's mom, but also go do that thing for my mom that she needs me to do. Like, just like everyone else, we're just like every single other person. We don't have some super easy cheat code to where like we pull up to McDonald's and I show my white card and they give me McDonald's for free. I don't go to Giant Eagle and I fill up my cart full of food and then I go to the checkout line and they go, "Oh, you're white? Go over to that register." And then I show my white privilege card and they go, "Oh, it's all free. Get in, go." Shoo, fuck, I'm going to throw you some money. Like,
let me ask you a quick question real quick.
yeah.
In person, have people said that to you? And if they have, how did you feel when they said that to you?
Said what?
Like those like, you're white, you should, they're expecting you to get stuff for free, like in person, not online, but like in person, your personal life.
I've had people in person tell me that
how does that feel?
I've had black people in person tell me that I have privilege, and I tell them just like I tell them on the internet that I don't. I have just as, if anything, I have less privilege than you do.
I got you. Now, how does that make you feel?
See, I don't care. Like, this is the thing. I personally, like, life's not fair. And I totally understand that life's not fair. Like, if I was 5'4", I would not get the same look from women that I do that I'm 6'3". I get it. I also understand that if my penis was 12 inches long and 3 inches in diameter, I'm going to get a different response from women than with my normal size Irish penis. I get that.
Like, man, leave the Irish out of this. Like, you gonna drag all of us down
with you. So at the end of the day, like life's unfair. The only issue that I take problem with is literally the fact that when I get on here and I'm like, hey, you know what? We really need to figure out what's going on with these gender issues. And it's, well, you're white. My issue is different than your issue. No, it's not. It's not, because when I date women, guess what happens? Even if they're white, they do the same shit black women do. They're going to cheat on me. They might steal my money. They might have a kid that they don't let me see. They might get mad and slash my tires. They might say that I touched them in a way that I shouldn't have touched them. Like, all the same shit happens to me just like it does to everyone else. The only difference is you can discount anything that I say because I have a white face. That's it.
Right, and the crazy thing, that's key, man. Like, brothers who have white baby mothers, like, y'all need to speak up, man, because it's not like, man, my first child was with a white baby mother, and like it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. And it wasn't no racial thing. It was just like she was just wild. She was just a bee. You know what I mean? She was a bitch.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
I used to always go ahead, my dude. Yeah, she was just a bitch and she was crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I had a part of playing that too because I dealt with that.
Okay, so guys, so this is my Instagram page. All right. So this is my son. This right here is my son.
Gotcha.
You can clearly see that my son's not white. All right. So then
good.
You see this girl right here? This is my niece. This is my niece. That's my sister's kid. Do you know how I have a black niece?
I know the story.
My sister adopted 4 children. This is my niece. This is my sister's daughter. So at the end of the day, like, listen, I'm gonna give you a great example. When I was working at Tri County, okay, I was working at this company. I haven't worked there in years. I really probably shouldn't have said their name, but I did. Oh well. So when it came to the crews, I was on the minority crew. And when I mean that, I mean everyone that was on the crew except for me was not white. My boss was Filipino. The guys that I worked next to were Hispanic and black. And I was the only white guy on this crew. Okay. We got into a conversation because this was back when Trump was running for president, and everyone that was a minority, which was everyone, was telling me that Trump was racist. Okay. And this guy, he started telling me that because my son is mixed, that I need to teach him about slavery, and that I need to teach him that there's racism everywhere, and there's racist everywhere. Okay. And I told him, I'm not going to teach my kid that. Like, it's not good to teach your kid that there's someone hiding in a bush or hiding in a tree or hiding under a car trying to get you anywhere you go. That's not good for any kid's psychology. And I told him that the thing that holds people back is their mindset. It's not the system. You have to figure out how the system works, and you need to adjust accordingly. He told me I was full of shit, that I was a racist. Do you know where that guy's at right now?
Prison.
No, he's not in prison. I planted a seed into his mind about what I said that day. And as of right now, he owns 2 semi-trucks. He has his own trucking company. He started a store that he employs his whole family in. And he is doing quite well. And it pretty much came down to me telling him, if me as a drug addict and as a criminal can change my mindset and change my life, then so can you. And he quit being an electrician. He had only been an electrician for like a year, and he decided to go and get his CDL and start driving truck for a company. And then he saved up his money and bought a truck. And then he saved up his money and bought a store. Then he got a partnership with one of his friends who's also black, and they started a trucking business, and they have multiple trucks, and he owns 2. And he's doing great. And the only thing that changed was he stopped seeing himself as a victim and decided to take an opportunity to invest in himself and not to take no for an answer. And now he is doing great. And the story that I told you, that happened like 4 or 5 years ago when I told him this. When I told him that story 5 years ago, it was like 4 or 5 years ago I told him this. And now he is a multiple business owner. He's in his mid-20s, and he's doing phenomenal.
That's great.
Have you heard of Sputnik Monroe? Since you're
No.
from the Ohio, Kentucky area? All right. He's really big, and I'm a big pro wrestling. That's why I want to do my podcast. He's big in the Memphis, Ohio area. And he's big because he was a trailblazer that got a lot of black people in the door. He sacrificed his views. I mean, not his views. He sacrificed his popularity. He sacrificed a lot of money just so black people can get on a wrestling card. And that was, I think, in the 60s, late 60s, early 60s. Sputnik Monroe. He worked with the Fargos. He worked with Jerry Jarrett of the Welches at that time. And he brought a lot of black people to just because back then black people were on the undercard. They couldn't be in the main event. So this is to show you, just like your story, how people can work together. White or black can make a difference. A lot of people don't know about WWF. They just think of Vince McMahon. They don't know about James Dudley, Mr. T. These guys had an influence. It wasn't just Vince McMahon's vision. In order for Vince McMahon's vision to go mainstream, he needed a star at the time, right? Mr. T was the biggest star around 84, 85. I'm born 83, so like I was a baby at the time, but I look back in history and I saw this and I said, wow, like Mr. T had a big hand in what we know as WWF today, right? WWE, whatever, right? A lot of people sometimes just think that one race just works together. And from your story, what you said, you gave advice to this guy. This guy flipped it and made a business out of it. The possibilities are there. Just because it doesn't work with one person doesn't mean you just shut yourself off of that option. You can work, I could work with Savage today and we could be making money together. But if we're going to focus on race, you're putting a stopgap on how much money you could really make out here. Because a lot of people don't tell you the true history. James Dudley, who I mentioned as well, he came from the Baltimore, D.C. area in Philadelphia. That was a big market for them to go at. And Vince McMahon Jr., which is the one that's still alive today, used him and his expertise to expand into that market. He could never expand into that market without James Dudley. James Dudley was out there making the phone calls. He was out there doing all these things while Vince was doing the head-to-head operations. My bad. Go ahead.
Mr. Savage, so you saying you want black people and white people to work together to basically stop feminism and all this other shit, right?
Correct.
Wait, can I ask you a second question?
Of course.
Are you trying? You know, some people like Americans, they trying to compare themselves to Chinese, how the Chinese are advanced. Are you trying to get to a point where where you're better than the Chinese?
What do you mean?
Why would that matter?
I mean, basically they say China is advanced or something like that. I've been listening to a lot of old people.
I'm not trying to be better than anybody. Like I'm not trying to be better than anybody. I'm just not trying to be under the boot of the government with the laws.
You know how hard it is to bring black people and white people together?
Yeah, I know.
It's not that hard, man. We're right here, right now. We're right here, right now, man.
We're having a conversation right now.
Mm-hmm. And my man over there with the ponytail, man, he's cool for that. He's cool for that.
Listen, bro. Listen, I need you to understand something. So when I was selling drugs and committing crimes, I ran around with bloods. I was always I've been in the hood since I've been 17. I've been in the hood. That's where I live. I've always lived in the hood after I became an adult. Always. So when you're selling drugs, all right, and you're white, do you know what happens?
Your ass probably go to jail. I don't know.
No, the other blacks in the neighborhood that are selling drugs as well, they try to rob you because you're white, because you're looked at as being weak. Have you ever heard of white boy punking?
Nope, but I guess the lighter you are, the more feminine, like light skin. Like you have the light skin jokes and shit.
I don't really have there's really no white people like light skin jokes. It's just you're white. That's pretty much that's.
No, I'm just using that as an example. Dark skinned dudes will pick on light skinned dudes for being effeminate and shit. So
I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but white people as a whole are like. Go ahead.
Man, I don't think anybody calling Russians effeminate.
No, I get what his comparison was.
You saying you
don't talk to no Boris like that.
Like you wasn't get white boy pump, but it was like you get them.
No, I never got white boy punked. But what I'm saying is, that's the thing. But listen, I can tell you right now, I had a trap in Ravenna. In Ravenna, I'll show. I can pull it up where I lived. I lived across from City Park in Ravenna, Ohio. If you guys can look it up, I had a trap there. At it was dark. It was dusk. It was starting to get dark. Some dude knocked on my door. Never seen this dude. Never seen him. Never seen him in my life. I looked through my peephole. It was a black dude I've never dealt with. I've never talked to. I didn't know who this dude was. I didn't answer the door. Thought it was strange. At 2:00 in the morning that same night, there was 10 dudes at my front door knocking on my door. Now, I got a question for you. Oh, what do you think the 10 people at your door are doing when they're knocking on it at 2 o'clock in the morning, like they're the police?
Probably finna rob your ass.
Correct.
Jex move, man. They
Now-
trying to jex you, man.
So why do you think that they knocked on my door? Because they probably thought I was sweet. I was a lick.
Damn. See, I don't. See,
All
I
right,
don't hear
well, here's
about
the thing,
this
though.
shit.
Let me interrupt you real quick. There's a white boy lick, and then there's white boys that we know better. We're not gonna run up on. Like you're not gonna run up on like the average white boy who had. I hate using the term white boy. White guy who's stocky as hell, who got the gun ready. Like that stereotypical white guy. You're not gonna run up on that type of white guy. Black guys even know better. You're gonna need 10 people, and that's why I think too. I'm not gonna get into details of your story, but there's a reason why they came with 10 guys instead of maybe like 2. They viewed you, even though they thought you were sweet, they thought you was a threat.
So do you
Well,
know
yeah,
what stopped
you
them?
wouldn't run up on no cowboy, and you wouldn't run up on no Russian, bro. It's not happening.
Do you know what that? You know what stopped them? Do you know what stopped them from coming through that door? That Mossberg riot shotgun is what stopped them from coming through the door.
That's
But I always had dudes trying to rob me. I always had dudes trying to rob me. So at the end of the day, like I understand what it is, how white people are viewed. I don't want to be better than anyone else, but at the same time, like I don't want people to just come shit in my yard and then tell me I'm a racist when I'm just living. Like I didn't own any slaves. I didn't steal no bikes. I didn't drop 30 keys in someone's neighborhood and get them to sell drugs.
Yeah,
I didn't drop guns. I'm just a guy. I'm the only white dude in my neighborhood. If I tuck the camera outside and showed you where I live, I'm the dude upstairs above me is white and me. Everyone on my street's black. Everybody.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, there was these 2 black dudes that were arguing outside my grandma's house. So one dude was calling for my grandma. I opened the door, and there's this black dude, and there's a dark skinned dude with a damn machete. So I almost had to go get my shotgun. So
Yeah. So what I want you to understand, dude, is what you need to understand. Like you're not gonna like everyone. That's Black Pill.
Mm-hmm.
It's Black Pill.
Yeah. So I need you to understand.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not
are
against.
you hold on. Are you black, Mac? Are you
Yeah, I'm black.
interracial? What's your
You about to say I sound white? I already know.
I'm just asking. I think it skipped over.
What I want you to understand, Black Bill, this is what you need to understand. As much as slavery was bad, slavery was bad. But what you have to understand is your ancestors paid a price for you to be in America, in the best country in the world. Like their suffering was your benefit. If you go and look up, there's an interview with Muhammad Ali after he came back from the Rumble and the Jumble, and they asked him what it was like being in Africa. He said, "I am happy that my great-great-granddaddy got on that boat." And that's a fact. He said this on national television.
Oh, you talk because doesn't slavery still exist in Africa?
Yeah.
In Liberia right now,
Especially in the Middle East.
Yeah.
You can watch that shit happen.
Yeah, Libya.
Yeah.
Libya is the main hub.
Well, there's different ethnic groups within Africa. They don't all see themselves as the same. So.
Well, yeah. And on top of that, like Libya, the reason why they overthrew Libya in the first place is because Muammar Gaddafi's like, yo, them Arabs be wildin'. We need to stop them. And he shut it down. Arabs are like, yo, America, we need our slaves. So they killed him.
Gaddafi got killed off a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
Outside of
there's more to that. There's more.
Well, no, it's definitely one of it.
That's
Like honestly,
that's
if you look at
HQ right there.
Gaddafi
You know,
and what he was
HQ, you know what I'm
doing,
talking about.
Yeah, it had to do with banking. But what you need to understand, Black Pill, is you're not gonna like every white person. Like I don't like every white person. Like there's just gonna be people you don't agree with. But to hate a race for some shit, like we have never seen a slave in our lives. None of us have seen slaves or owned slaves or been a slave.
I
So
didn't
to
say I
get
hate
mad,
white people. I said I blamed white people, and I hate white supremacy.
Okay. All right.
okay,
Let me
well,
let me
where
handle
is
him.
this white supremacy
You
though?
said you blame white people. Oh, hold on. You said you blame white people, right? Now you said you're half
Not as
black,
a
half white,
whole.
right? Not as a whole. So
Let's
you
no.
have so through your bloodline. If you're saying that through your bloodline, you kind of blame yourself because that same bloodline that you're blaming, that bloodline that you're blaming is running through your veins right now.
Not even that.
So
You have to
how does
understand.
that go?
You also have to understand that white folks weren't going into Africa and just capturing people.
I know black
But
traders.
correct. So what you have to understand is even in the Bible, it talks about slavery. Like slavery was common amongst all groups at
All
that
ethnic
time
groups.
in
Yep.
life. Correct. Everyone was a slave. There isn't like no one wasn't a slave. So like the first registered slave owner in America was black. Like if you go like the idea that they teach you that America was built off the backs of blacks is not true. Frederick Douglass said that he went to the North and he seen black people living better than the slave owners of the South. Slavery held back the South. Most of the money that was being made in America was in the North because they were able to do the Industrial Revolution, which allowed there to be more work done with less people, which made there to be more money for the people that lived up north. That's why if you ever hear a stereotype about people in the South is that they're slow. Because down south, people aren't in a hurry. Like they do everything on their time. Like they are like it's an easygoing place. It's always been like that.
Like Florida.
Yeah, like when
I
you go
live in
down,
Florida.
yeah, like if you go up to New York, they people are just zooming around. Like the northeast of America is a faster pace. Like it is completely different than the South. Like what people don't also tell you is like the majority of people that were slave owners were Democrats. Majority of the people that were part of the Ku Klux Klan, they were all Democrats. They weren't Republicans. Majority of the people that only 5% of the population owned slaves, my dude. And that out of the 5% that owned slaves, that included free blacks that owned slaves and Indians that owned slaves. So majority of white people didn't own slaves. Majority of the slaves worked next to poor white people on those farms.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, poor white people.
Yeah.
yes. Majority of the South was poor. Majority of the people working on the farms that were white were just poor white people that were sharecroppers.
But why did they say slavery was profitable?
Because it was profitable. It was profitable for the
Profitable for a
person.
few.
It was profitable for the person that owned the slaves. You have to understand, slavery was about property. Slavery was viewed as property. So the narrative that they treated black slaves in America horrible makes no sense. If I was to give you a $500 car or a Lamborghini, which car are you going to take more care of?
Lamborghini.
Why?
It's more expensive.
Do you know that in America during slavery that black slaves were worth more money than Irish slaves? To the point of which there was a law that was passed to where that slave owners were not allowed to breed Irish slaves with black slaves because they were breeding white slaves and black slaves together and selling the children as if they were black, which came with a higher amount of money. So if you have different levels of slaves, why would you treat the expensive slave worse than the cheap slave?
Shit, if I know.
What you need to understand is you actually have to go and do your own research into slavery. Majority of the stuff that you're told about slavery is exaggerated and a narrative that's being taught because they want to keep black people angry and upset, because people that are emotional, angry, and upset make poor decisions.
And they vote for Joe Biden.
Hey, Savage, one more question, man.
Yeah.
We never talked about the white liberal and their role in all of this and how they confuse you with the average white liberal who's not been through what you've been through, you know, and we'll say what to black people will sound like off the cuff comments. Like, oh, you grew up in here, look at your hair, oh, do you listen to this rapper? You know, that crazy stuff. Like, you know, they're not. I want to get your view on that type of white liberal, how that comes into this conversation of why the black manosphere and the white manosphere can't get along.
Your mic's muted.
The white liberal that even Malcolm X said to watch out, that the white liberal is not the black man's friend. The white liberals are racist. When it comes to the segregation, who do you think is pushing for segregation now? The left. That's the white people that are talking about black only stuff. The real racists are still the liberals. Like, what people need to understand is liberals, the Democratic Party controls the schools. When it comes to the culture in America, the Democrats control that. So the narrative that you get from schools and whatnot is a slant from the people who were racists. Like, why do you think anytime a Republican runs for president, they say they're racist? Because it's a lot easier for you to think that all the bad shit that we tell you about was them, not us, for us. Joe Biden said that they were going to put black people back in chains when he was running for president.
Joe Biden is a known racist.
Yeah, he also said that black people and Mexicans are too stupid to use the internet, which, you know, I'm still not sure how I'm using it. According to Joe Biden, I just don't have the intellect for it.
But that's what I'm telling you. Like, that's right. Like, that's what I need you guys. I need people to understand. The man who is known as a racist was telling you that Trump was a racist. He's telling you that the Republicans want to put you in chains. Like, guess what? Do you know Trump was trying to stop? He was doing stuff to stop human trafficking. That's part of the reason why he wanted to shut down the border, because of the amount of human trafficking that comes across the border and comes from our border out to Mexico. Do you know the two number one people that are trafficked? Blacks and Asians.
Yeah, people were saying Trump was a racist. You know, I started believing it, but then they're saying he helped black employment, and he also said some other shit. But
listen, when Jennifer Hudson, when her family got killed, he gave her his private jet and had her fly to her home and let her stay in the Trump Tower for like months free. There was a homeless black lady in New York. He's let her live in his house for like 20 years. She's lived for like 10 or 15, 20 years in his apartment. And he told the staff to make sure that she got fresh flowers every day. And she's a black homeless woman. Like, there's plenty of stuff that Trump's done that he just doesn't do in the spot. He doesn't do out in the open.
And also why Trump got that black eye was because of that Central Park 5 thing, which a lot of us, you were born in 89, so like a lot of us, we weren't even adult age to really understand that whole trial and situation. And if you look more into it, they try to blame Trump as if he was the judge, the jury, and the executioner. At that time, he was a millionaire with an opinion. He just made a public opinion, and that was it. And people don't try to forgive for that public opinion that he made at the time.
But people don't realize this. The reason that part of New York became like safe and people started investing money there was because of Trump. Trump spent a lot of money redoing that park. The businesses, the buildings around that park, a lot of the crime dropping was because of his money. So when a woman was raped, and I don't remember if she got killed or not, but when that happened,
nah, she got raped by another guy. But also, we forget that Giuliani too. Like a lot of people think Giuliani's racist because he's with them too, right? Giuliani, what a lot of people don't know is Giuliani was really effective in crime out here. A lot of people put Bloomberg and De Blasio as the reason why. Giuliani was hard around that time. You know, there was some crimes here and there. You know, the Lewina trial, the real police brutality of Abner Lewima and Amadou Diallo, 41 shots. Those ones were under his watch, but those ones were, you know, they weren't compared to the LAPD at the time. You know, but I think a lot of times, a lot of times. Yes, sir.
I think that Rodney King, I think that was set up. I think that was staged.
Oh, yeah. Yep. But a lot of times, like a lot of people, we don't forgive people for making mistakes. We don't forgive people for their past transgressions. And Trump even admitted it. He said he made a mistake at the time because he thought those guys were guilty. Everybody thought they were black people thought the Central Park 5 was guilty.
Didn't they confess?
No, what happened was they were forced to confess.
Yeah, but
then the guy who really did it admitted it. He admitted it.
But regardless, if the public didn't know that they forced these kids to confess, if it comes out in the news and says, "Hey, these guys confessed to this shit," yeah, they should get the max. They should get the death penalty. How would Trump know that the cops did something corrupt? Like, he wouldn't have known that. That would have been only police knowledge.
So what I'm saying is we got to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like with you, they don't know your story, man. They don't know your story. They just see you as the white guy. They don't say, "Hey, Savage been through this. He came from Ohio. His parents had to grind, had to do the grit and grind just to make it." Then you going through something emotional like a divorce. I don't know how old you was. You don't have to say it, but you know, divorce is not easy. You know what I'm saying? Going through the divorce is not easy. You know, you have your family one day, and then all of a sudden your family's starting to break apart. That's not easy. So like a lot of people don't know your story, so they're just saying, "Oh, that's the white guy." They don't know your story, bro. So this is very key.
I want everyone to see this video because this is from AKA The Godfather. And this is what he has to say.
Sanders? Oh, you're talking about black people here. The audio.
Hold on a second. I have to I gotta do the audio.
Yeah, I have that video saved. Is it
okay? So,
if you think race first or race always, is he doing this to me because I'm black?
The stimulus checks are here, so I'm relaunching Womanies Volume 4, which has also relaunching Womanies Audio.
You know, as I peruse around YouTube, and especially how I kind of met you, is I met you in the black manosphere, the Negro manosphere. And one thing that I noticed that far too often, when guys are not successful in their personal life or professional life, race tends to come up a lot for non-black men. And here's the thing: there's a kernel of truth to almost every objection, but it's more than about race. We've talked about even something as simple as dating. You know, there's that thing called the swirl movement where black women are talking about dating out, and then. But here's the thing: I want men to become the best version of themselves, period, and then let the highest caliber woman of all stripes vie for their attention. You want to be the number one draft pick at your position, and in that it's not about race, because you think about back in NFL quarterbacks. They used to say black men couldn't play quarterback.
Right. So Warren Moon came along.
Warren Moon, Doug Williams,
Randall Cunningham.
Cunningham. But now it's not even a question. Now it's like, that's silly. Well, that's where I want guys to get to. I'm about taking all the excuses away from a guy that they can't control. And being race is one that too many guys can fall back on and say, well, I can't date Becky because she doesn't like black guys. And you've talked about strip club game, escort game. I used to love to hunt escorts and strippers that said
all day long,
no black guys, don't want no African Americans, please. I wanted to get those too, just to prove to myself and them it's not about race. So that's why I kind of wanted to get into it, because if we take race away from all guys, then they got to really look themselves in the mirror and say, am I really the best version that I can be? And can I get out there and compete? Guys, here's at the end of the day. You need to be able to step in the ring with anybody and know you can compete. And if you can't, you need to do more work. You can't say he beat me up because he was white.
Okay, so the reason I played that video is because that's The Godfather, okay? And what did he say? He said exactly the same thing that I said prior. It's a mindset. It's that simple. If you aren't doing nothing, then you're not going to get you're not going to get the avenues that other people that are getting. It's that simple.
I wasn't saying like blaming, like if I don't get a job it's because I'm black. I wasn't saying that. I'm saying like the degeneracy, the black family structure being fucked up is probably due to slavery. That's what I was talking about. Any other shit?
Due to poor choices.
I don't know.
Nah, I disagree, man. I'll disagree. Black, so we just talked, but I disagree. Because during the Reconstruction period, black people had probably the strongest family units out of all the races at that time.
Exactly.
All the way up to the 60s.
Yeah, you talking about during segregation and all that. That's what Kevin Simmons said.
In the 1920s and 1930s, you had blacks that had like a 92% or a 98% wedlock rate in marriage. It wasn't until the government decided to give welfare to moms and kicking men out that the numbers started to drop. And guess who decided to do that? Guess who started the welfare state?
The government.
Specifically who?
Goddamn liberals.
No.
Lyndon B. Johnson, who said that I will make these black people vote for us for the next 200 years. But he didn't say black people.
Yeah, whole fact. And also, when you mentioned the segregation era, also there was a term for sailors who were mainly white. They were kind of like the playboys at the time. You were a sailor. You were known to be a playboy at the time, which was basically Navy men. That was a stereotype that was specifically for white men at that time. It wasn't for black men. We didn't get those stereotypes until like mainly the 80s when Oprah was out.
So I'm gonna bring up one of my videos because it has a person in it that is kind of a long video. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but here's another. I'm going to bring up some things that come with
Larry Elder, that's the OG right there. Larry Elder's the OG right there.
A dime. After all, out of the 350,000
And that's a fact. Why should anyone other than Democrats pay?
slave owners of the estimated 4 million slaves in 1860, near as we could figure out, virtually none of them was a Republican.
None of them.
Here's my
Virtually none
incendiary
of them.
fact. In 1860, which is the year before the Civil War, no Republican owned a slave. Now notice I'm not saying that no Republican leader owned a slave. I'm saying that no Republican in the United States owned a slave. And if that's true, it means that all the slaves in the country, there were 4 million at the time, this was the zenith of American slavery, 4 million slaves were all owned by Democrats.
Now, when Dinesh made that claim, he got hammered and sent scholars all over the world scouring around to prove him wrong. And they did prove him wrong. Turned out there might have been maybe 8 Republicans out of the 350,000 estimated slave owners.
So let's think about that. So out of 350,000 slave owners in 1860, there was 8 Republicans, quote unquote, 8 Republicans. So again, in the country, there was only 350,000 slave owners, which is not a lot of people, even in 1860. Only 8 were Republicans. So if there was reparations, then why would everyone in the United States have to pay for slavery?
Or slave-owning families in 1860. Not a whole lot to brag about. Maybe Brian Williams can tell us what fraction of 1% that is. This brings us to the all-important 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And what role did the Democrats play in getting them passed?
Well, the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, 13th, 14th, 15th. The 13th abolished slavery. The 14th established the principle of equal citizenship. The 15th tries to give black men the right to vote. These are all things which the federal government couldn't have conceived of doing before the Civil War. But the war itself empowers the national government, and the abolition of slavery leads, after a terrible political struggle, to the incorporation of black Americans as equal citizens of the society. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments each ends with a clause saying Congress shall have the power to enforce this amendment. In other words, it gives Congress the right to protect the basic rights of American citizens. And even though those basic rights of blacks were soon violated and taken away, really, in many of the southern states, nonetheless, those amendments remain in the Constitution, and a century later, they would be the basis, the legal constitutional basis for the Civil Rights Revolution of the 19th.
So let's get this straight. So after the Civil War, the South was still Democrat even after the Civil War, and it was the Democrats that took the southern states that stopped the rights of blacks for the most part. When you look at the Civil Rights Movement, it really started in the South.
1960s, 100 years later, those amendments, Charles Sumner, the senator from Massachusetts during Reconstruction, said were sleeping giants in the Constitution.
You should always like your own
They did sleep
videos.
for a long time, but then they were reawakened by the Civil Rights Movement and became the basis for the Civil Rights Revolution of the 1960s.
Now, to answer my own question, what role did Democrats play in getting the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments passed? Answer, none. They opposed all 3 amendments.
Johnson and the Democratic Party were unified in their opposition to the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, the 14th Amendment, which gave blacks citizenship, and the 15th Amendment, which gave blacks the vote. All 3 passed only because of universal republic.
So I just want to make this clear that it says the 15th Amendment in 1869 gave blacks the right to vote, which is prior to 1901 or 1919 when women could vote.
Republican support.
So only Republicans voted to get those bills passed. And if you go and look at who voted for the Civil Rights Bill in the 1960s, it was all Republicans. It was mostly Democrat. It was there might have been a few Democrats, but it was mostly Republicans that voted to get that law passed. So again, this idea that, like, you hear all the time that Republicans are racist, they're racist, they're racist, they're racist. It's not the case. It's not the case. And this goes back to showing you that slavery and the way that racial things are taught in this country are not true.
Democrats founded the KKK, you know.
Today's Democratic Party believes that government has an important role to play in society. It fights against economic inequality. It advocates policies that battle racial and gender discrimination. But it wasn't always this way. The Democratic Party was once the party of white supremacy.
Okay, so I want everyone to see this is a poster, a Democratic poster from the time period. The two platforms, the Democratic Party is for the white man. The Republican Party is for the Negro and the carpetbagger. So here, this right here is the Republican platform. This is what the Democrats said, the black
For the Civil Rights Act, both in the House and the Senate, then
supporting slavery and the Ku Klux Klan.
and as a percentage of the party, more Republicans voted for the Civil Rights Act, both in the House and the Senate, than did Democrats who filibustered against it.
The only serious congressional opposition to the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964 came from Democrats. 80% of Republicans in Congress supported the bill, less than 70% of Democrats did. Democratic senators filibustered the bill for 75 days until Republicans mustered the few extra votes needed to break the logjam.
Will Connor, the superintendent of public safety, Birmingham, Alabama.
In 1963, under orders by City Commissioner Eugene Bull Connor, Birmingham, Alabama City Police used fire hoses and police dogs against children and adults engaged in nonviolent protests against segregation. The demonstrations were part of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Birmingham campaign. Television news coverage of the attack.
Martin Luther King was a Republican. He was a Republican.
Attacks by police sparked mass nationwide protests.
You can never whip these boys if you don't keep you and them separate. I found that out in Birmingham. You've got to keep the white and the black separate.
Orville Faubus, the race.
So in the 60s, you can see that he did not like the two mingling, and now that's being pushed now. So that's not progression, that's regression.
Little black kids to attend that public school. Democrat.
It was in September that 9 black students, 6 girls and 3 boys, became forever known as the Little Rock Nine. On September 2nd of that year, days before Central High was to be integrated, Governor Orville Faubus of Arkansas ordered National Guardsmen to surround the school. Their orders to only let the white students in.
I acted to protect the persons and property of the people of Little Rock.
Ever heard of Ross Barnett, former racist governor of Mississippi? Democrat.
We asked Governor Ross Barnett how long the state was prepared to finance the fight against integration.
As I said a while ago, we'll have to cross that bridge when we meet it, when we get to it. We can't anticipate that people are going to continue to violate the law. We presume that people will begin to control our mental and our physical faculties in such a manner and way that they'll have respect for laws of the various states when they enter those states. When these freedom riders go to Ohio or go to Oregon, they ought to obey the laws of those states. I don't know what it's going to cost.
Racist Democrats.
A great burden, I'll admit that.
Governor George Coley.
And again, right there, a Democrat back in the day saying he didn't know what it was going to cost, but the cost was well worth it.
Wallace of Alabama, Democrat.
In the name of the greatest people that have ever trod this earth, I draw the line in dust and toss the gauntlet before the feet of tyranny, and I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
And don't get me started on the time that Ted Kennedy, Democrat, praised George Wallace, Democrat, because Ted Kennedy was thinking about running for presidency, and all of a sudden George Wallace's racism didn't matter a whole lot, did it?
For if there's one thing that George Wallace stands for, It is the right of every American to speak his mind and be heard fearlessly and in any part of this country.
As I told the House Judiciary Committee on reparative justice, what about people like Obama, Kamala Harris? Obama's father from Kenya, an area of Africa where there was a lot of slave trading. Obama's mom from Kansas, her family owned slaves. Does Obama cut a check or does he get a check? Kamala Harris, her father admitted from Jamaica that his family owned slaves.
So Obama's family owned slaves and Harris's family owned slaves. Crazy, right? But it's only white people that are demonized, and Harris's dad is Jamaican. He's not white in any way, but his family owns slaves. But white people need to feel bad about themselves, right? That the real problem is all these white people that never owned slaves, and the less than 1% of people that own slaves during slavery that were Democrats. Everyone else needs to feel guilty about it. Okay, it makes sense.
Does Kamala Harris cut a check or she get a check? It all becomes so very complicated, doesn't it? A couple of ending points. I kept hearing over and over again that slavery has existed in America for 400 years. Well, America has not existed for 400 years. America was founded in 1787. Slavery ended 1865, substantially less than 400 years. Also, there's this problem. From whom are you going to ultimately get all this money? Because slavery existed all over the world from the beginning of human history. Talk about a cross current of money going back and forth. Consider this. The Arab slave trade lasted centuries before the European.
Yeah, so I've made this point before on other streams and other videos that the Arab slave trade started well before the European slave trade. And I made a point on Kevin Nsale's second channel about there were more white slaves taken into Africa during the time of the European slave trade to America than there were blacks taken from Africa to America.
European slave trade and lasted afterwards. And more blacks were taken out of Africa for the Arab slave trade than Europeans took out of Africa and transported to North America.
This is the story of the slave trade between Europe and Africa. A tragic tale of coastal villages raided and men, women, and children.
Wait, I've never heard of this.
Loaded onto ships, taken to be sold as slaves in another continent, never seeing their homes again.
Wonder why you've never heard of it.
Narrative, except that in this case, the villages being depopulated in this way were English, and slave traders arrived in ships which had sailed from Africa, long before the British ever became involved in the slave trade.
So let's make this very clear what you just said. Ships from Africa came to Europe and were taking slaves from Europe back to Africa before the English ever got into the slave trade, before Europe ever got into the slave trade. Before white people were in the slave trade in Africa, there were African ships coming to Europe. That is what he just said.
Slavers out of Africa were raiding not only the British Isles, but many other European countries. From Iceland to Malta, Ireland to Spain, and Italy to the Netherlands, carrying off white slaves to be sold in the slave markets of Africa.
The truth can be horribly complicated. What are your thoughts? And don't forget, we have been
Wait, so you're saying white people were slaves?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
I'm talking about during that era, not when Europeans were enslaving Europeans, but you're like.
No.
Yeah.
He just clearly said that there were slave ships from Africa that came to Europe and took Europeans to Africa as slaves before the Europeans.
Wait, were
ever
these
came
Europeans
to Africa.
taking Europeans to Africa?
No.
Blacks?
The ships came from Africa, so they were the Arabs. The Arabs that are the Muslims, because you know that there's black Muslims and there's Arab Muslims in Africa. They came to Europe and started taking them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
and that was around the Moors time too, with the Moors.
Yeah, and if you know anything about the Moors, if you know anything about the Moors, Sicilians are considered to be black because the Moors conquered Sicily and they bred themselves into the people. So that's why Italians and Sicilians don't like each other. And when Italians say stuff to the Sicilians, they call them black because the Moors were black and they came into Europe and started fucking with Europe before Europeans started going to Africa. So this idea that these white people came up with this idea to just go down to Africa and start doing slavery, and that's where slavery started, is not true.
No,
It's not.
I didn't say it started with white people. I know it started in every ethnic group, though.
Yes, but the difference is when people say
You're
white
saying
people
white
are
people are
slaves,
blamed for it.
but yes, white people are blamed for it. And also when I say Irish were slaves, you hear people, the argument goes, well, yeah, Europeans enslaved Europeans, but whites started enslaving other groups. No, they like Larry Elder, who is a prominent person. He's a black Republican. He's got a radio show. He's been in the media for 20 some years, and he's a lawyer. Just showed it. White people were being taken slaves to Africa, just as Africans were being taken from Europe. Like, or Europeans were taking Africans from Africa. Like, everyone has been part of the slave trade. The only difference is here in America, they want to keep black people angry and upset for political power. And now you have black people that have a victim mentality. They have a victim mentality, and now they blame other people, and they're stuck in there. They're stuck. Because if you think that someone's always out to get you, it's hard to make bonds with people. It's hard to be prosperous with people because there's always a resentment. There's always resentment. Most people, when you talk to black people that talk about profiling and racism, they really don't have an example of blatant racism. They don't. It's always this wishy-washy magical ghost of racism. Like, they pulled me over because I was black and they shouldn't have. But there's no, like, I've been in black neighborhoods and been pulled over by the cops and been told, you're white. Why are you over here? You must be buying drugs. Granted, I was buying drugs. That was right. But how many times have you ever had a cop pull you over and say, all right, I need to see your license, your registration, because you're black? Never. You've never had a cop pull you over and tell you it's because you're black. But I've had cops tell me I'm being pulled over because I'm in a neighborhood and I'm white.
Well, me and my mom haven't been pulled over in like months and months and months, but I'm
that's
still
my
wary
point.
of it.
But that's my point. A lot of the times when you hear people give testaments about racism, it isn't like it really isn't racism. Like, when they explain it to you, they think it's racism. Like, at my girlfriend's job, a black guy comes in and asks for a job. All right, he wanted a kitchen job. She told him no. The first thing, you know what he said? She said, "Sorry, we're not hiring." Do you know what he said?
Call her racist.
It's because I'm black. Everyone that's in the kitchen, they're black. Like, they hire black people. Like, it had nothing. Like, they didn't have a job for the kitchen or whatever. Like, whatever job he was looking for, they didn't.
Also, man, we forget to mention. Do you remember Lil Wayne when he said, "I never experienced racism"? Did you hear that interview?
Yeah.
Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
So, and this is a guy who's been across the world and the country, tatted up just like you. And said, yes, go ahead.
I've heard China is race. People in China are racist.
Extremely.
Not so much Japan, though.
Well, Japan. Well, I have an uncle that lives in Japan, and what you're thinking of racism in China. What a lot of that happened was those people were committing crimes in China. Do you remember
Okay.
the ball, Leangelo Ball?
Nope.
Okay, LeVar Ball's son, or LaMelo Ball's brother.
Oh yeah.
He got arrested in China. He was stealing Gucci bags.
Yeah, he stole
And you know, they put him in there. Guess who bailed him out though?
Trump. Yeah, I
Trump.
remember that.
Trump, right? So like, you know, when we see those, we'll see those videos of Chinese people treating black Africans bad, but they won't give the context of what's going on. A lot of it is, that's why I said details need to happen. We kind of take a generalized situation and don't put any details on it to find out what's really going on. And as for Japan, Japan has its own kind of racism, but not to that level. But if you're black in Japan, you are viewed a certain way. You know what I'm saying? But that's because of stereotypes that other people brought in there.
Yeah, that's because of the stigmas.
I'm going to show you an interview of Lil Wayne right now.
At the age of 12 years old, I shot myself. I was in the house. Police knocked on the door. I was right there. They knocked the door down. Everybody jumped over my body to go get the guns and drugs and whatever they could find. It took one guy to stop right there and just cuss everybody that hopped over me out. Like, what the f are y'all doing? They said, oh, no. We was going to see if it, what the f are y'all doing? We called the ambulance. An ambulance, do you not see this kid on the floor with this hole in his chest? I said, you drive. Pick me up. Brought me to the hospital. He didn't drop me off at the ambulance and say, you take him. He brought me to the hospital room and made two and stood there and waited till the doctor said he's gonna make it. He said, don't worry, my name's Uncle Bob. He was white as snow. The that hopped over me was blacker than me.
Was he a cop?
Yeah, he was a cop. My life was saved by a white man. I don't know what racism is. I know a good name Uncle Bob though.
That's from Lil Wayne. Blood gang member rapper. Getting caught with guns, drugs.
Wait, he's a what? What the? Oh shit!
Yeah.
But at 12 years old, the people that look like him were worried about getting guns and drugs. The white guy walked in and made sure he lived. Had Bob not, do you know that he didn't tell you in that story? Uncle Bob was off duty that day. That was his neighborhood that he patrolled, and he heard it go over the radio, and he drove to the scene because he knew all the kids in the neighborhood. And an off-duty white cop drove to a call he had no obligation to be at and saved Lil Wayne's life.
That's it. And speaking of hip hop, a lot of people don't know this. Well, you might know this, Savage. The expansion of hip hop would not happen if, and this is going to your subject today. Russell Simmons was a black guy who worked with Rick Rubin. Without Rick Rubin, you wouldn't have Def Jam. Without Def Jam, you wouldn't have Death Row. Without Death Row and all that, you wouldn't have Cash Money. You wouldn't have the OVO. You wouldn't have whatever, the quality control. You wouldn't have that. That was built with a black man and a white man working together. The vision of Russell Simmons with the financial backing of Rick Rubin and the creative vision as well, because Rick Rubin was a producer. So when a lot of guys are saying, hey, I don't want to work with white guys because of slavery or whatever issue, you're limiting yourself of how much money you're making. And at the end of the day, you're all in it for the bread.
Not even that. Here's another great example. So you guys know Sinatra?
Yeah, the Rat Pack.
Rat Pack.
Yeah, Sinatra would tell shows that he was at that he wasn't going to perform unless they let Sammy Davis Jr. perform. So Sammy Davis Jr. was not allowed to perform in certain clubs because he was black, and at that time they didn't let black performers perform in these clubs, and it was because of him and the other white members of the Rat Pack that made it to where he was able to perform for these white people. Like at the end of the day, there's fucked up shit that happened in the past, but you're not going to get any, but exactly, you can't live in the present if you're always looking to the past, and you can't live in the present if you're always thinking about the future. You have to have an equal medium of all of these things. You have to. Like it. Listen, if America was so racist and didn't like black people so much, black people would not be allowed to be on YouTube. That's simple. They wouldn't be allowed on Facebook. They weren't allowed to be on social media. Like,
man, you wouldn't even have pogs, man. All the brothers that like the pogs, man, if there was racism, I'll break it down that simply. You wouldn't have no pogs to enjoy.
Yeah, like it's that simple. Like America isn't like, is there racism in America? Yes, there is, but it's definitely not like 1964. It's not 1963. It's not even 1961.
And let me add one more thing. There's a famous player, Michael Essien, who plays for Chelsea in Europe and the UK league, right? You know what he got called when he was playing that? They called him monkey in Europe. You cannot do that in the United States here. We just had a recent story with the royal family, right? That's happening in Europe. That's not happening in the United States.
That was.
Indeed. Yeah, it's not happening in the United States. It's not. So the United States
A millionaire and a billionaire whining about how oppressed they are. That was adorable. I thought that was fucking adorable.
Indeed. But that's what's going on in Europe. That's the Savage's point. Like a lot of that stuff is going on not in America here. So I think a lot of people are conflating Europe and America as one when they're two different things. Even America, how it was born, was out of a rebellion out of Europe. So they cannot even mix together. They can't even mix together.
The difference, this is what you have to understand about Americans. The difference about America and the Europeans have always had a very restrictive government. You can see it now. Like they have hate speech laws. You can get arrested for them assuming that you have hate speech. Over in Europe and like the UK, you're not allowed to do reports on like Arabic or Muslim rape gangs because they will arrest you. If you look at Tommy Robinson, he's went to prison multiple times for reporting on the migrant rape gangs that have been going on for 10, 15 years in Europe. Like,
wait, what you mean rape gangs?
They actually rape in gangs.
So in Europe,
gangs of rapists.
In Europe, you had immigrants that would come to the UK and they like to attack white women and white girls. And in a period of 10 years, there was 118 victims that were gang raped by men that were brothers, uncles, sons, nephews, cousins that roamed around at night in groups raping white girls. And the police didn't arrest them because they didn't want to be viewed as racist. And there were people that were being arrested in the last few years, and Tommy Robinson was outside because he's a reporter reporting on it, and they arrested him. They banned him off social media. They put him in prison. He's been into prison and not been charged before in Europe. So like over in Europe, they're way more restrictive when it comes to these things. The bigger the government gets, like right now, I'll put you like this. So all this cancel culture and all this censorship and all the stuff that's going on, it might be fun and dandy right now when they're only doing it to like white racists. But guess what? Eventually they're going to run out of white racist people. And do you know what happens after they get done with the majority?
After the minority.
They're going to go after the minority. And guess what's going to happen? It's going to be worse because there's not going to be anybody that's going to be able to stop it.
No scapegoat.
There's no way to stop it because the majority of people that could stop it, you thought it was cool for that to happen to them because of racism and white and privilege and all this other bullshit. Once, like in America, once white people, like if something happens and white people fall, then everything goes. And it doesn't matter what country you're in. If the majority falls in that country, then all the minorities under the majority are going to get it too. Because once the majority's gone, there's no barrier between you. There's no barrier.
Indeed.
There's not.
And that law you brought up earlier with the curfew, that was in Australia, right?
No, it was in England.
That was in Australia too, though.
There might be one in Australia. I haven't seen that, but there's
that
curfew is not going to be.
Pastor Gino Jennings?
That was in London.
Oh, London. Okay, but have you heard of Pastor Gino Jennings? He's a pastor out of Philadelphia. Black pastor.
Is he the red pill pastor?
Yeah, he's like the red pill pastor. He's been going against like homosexuality and single mothers and men sagging their pants and all that. Do you know that Australia as a country banned him from coming into there because of his speech?
Yeah.
So imagine, this is why we have to work together, because that free speech that we have, even though you might not agree with Christianity, they still have a right to speak. So if that reaches out here, we can't speak our mind, we're banned from speaking our mind, that's going to be a problem. That's all I was trying to say in regards to what you're saying, Mr. Savage.
But like, that's what it comes down to. Like, a lot of the shit that we're taught is bullshit. Like, here's the other thing. So here's the narrative that's taught that people think about white people, that white people were able to build generational wealth. Okay. So if you look at the numbers, 350,000 people own slaves in America. Okay. It is a proven statistic that you are 70% likely to lose wealth in a family within 3 generations. It becomes 80% in 4 generations. Okay. So out of the 350% or 350,000 people that had wealth from slavery, like almost all of them lost their generational wealth, for one. For two, the things that we learn in school, like right now, if you were to go down to the high school I went to, you're going to learn the exact same shit that everyone else learns. The only time that you're going to learn something different is if your parents are able to pay and put you into private schools, or your family, like out here in Ohio, one of the top schools in the state is in Solon. Okay. Solon, to buy a house in Solon, it can be a very, very small house. It could be super small. You're looking at $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 for a house. And I'm not talking a huge ass mansion. I'm talking like a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom ranch is like $200K, $300K, easy.
Wow.
Because
I'm not gonna lie, Savage, that sounds adorable. In Canada, you couldn't buy shit with that.
Yes, but what you have to understand, our cost of living is so low that that's a lot. Like right now, in the neighborhood I live in, you can buy a double house for $100K. $100K will get you a house that has 2 apartments in it.
Yeah,
an average house around here is between $70,000 to $120,000 where I live right now.
Yeah, where I live right now, you can grab yourself a ranch size house for $2.2 million, and it's a bitch tier ranch too. Yeah, man, I'll tell you, Cleveland sounded better and better every day.
So, but that's my point. When it comes to people learning about finances and learning how to do stuff, that is a class issue. That's not a race issue. Because you like any person that has any sort of wealth is going to be able to teach their kids that stuff. Your average people, because the median income in America is like 50. I'll look up the median household income right now.
Isn't it around like 40, 50K?
Okay, so the median household income in America.
You said household.
The median household income was $68,703 in 2019, setting a new record. it was 6.8% higher than 2018 record of 64,324. So that the median household income is about $64,000. And that's either one person or two people together. So majority of the people in this country are not rich. Majority of the people in this country are white. So like the bullshit and the ideas that are being taught are not, they're not the same. Like they're just not, it's not reality. It isn't. It just isn't.
Good point, man. Good point. So with that being said, man, and Mr. Blackpill, what's your mindset after this?
What's my mindset?
Oh, that's what Blackpill.
Oh no, might have to work with him. We're gonna have to work with him.
And yeah, Mr. Bad Guy, that's a good point, man. I mean, there are things that the black manosphere deals with specifically, and there are things that the white manosphere deals specifically, but that doesn't mean that we can't just come to the table and talk about it, though. Because eventually we might all have to deal with those same issues.
Yeah,
Like
that's the issue. Like that's the issue. At the end of the day, if we don't start seeing a goal and start working together, we're going to end up waking up one day and you're going to hear a president or you're going to hear a senator or a congressman propose bills about, oh, okay, well, you know, we need to make men pay more money for child support. We need to make men have curfews because it's a danger to women. We can't have misogyny. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure, didn't they already increase child support? I think I've heard about
I'm sure they did.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on where you're at. Depends on where you at, because it's state by state basis. So like, but the issue as well is that. Go ahead. My bad.
I can tell you right now that most of the women that get child support, they spend money on weave, hair, a bunch of other bullshit that doesn't go to the child.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Isn't it crazy that you could be a deadbeat bitch but still be getting money? But if you're a deadbeat man, you go straight to prison.
Do you know why the laws are set up the way they are?
To protect women and absolve them from any accountability.
Well, it's to resolve them from accountability, but at the same time, as a whole, women don't save money.
Exactly. Everybody realizes that.
Wait, sorry, women the biggest consumers?
Women are the biggest consumers. So as a whole, men normally don't spend their money frivolously. Like if you look, so I'm gonna.
You gonna pull up some stats?
Yeah.
Well, then you got hair, nails, makeup. That's a lot of money. And Kylie Jenner has $1 billion industry off of that shit. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm trying to find. There's.
Look at the specific industries at its whole. Okay, with men, we're known to buy guns, video games, and maybe gear, right? It's very limited in what we buy. With women, you talk about publications, you're talking about magazines.
We get what we want.
And now they're getting into guns as well. So that's a whole new market for them as well. Like there's pink guns out there that's marketed just to women. But
okay,
I think
so here's So I'm gonna pull this up and I'm gonna read this off, and this is gonna show you. Even if these numbers right now are not completely accurate, it still shows you that there's a big divide between men and women. So, study finds median wealth for single black women at $5. Women of all races bring home less money, less income, and offer fewer assets on average than men of the same race. But the single black women are overwhelmingly, even in their prime working years, their median wealth wealth amounts to $5. In a groundbreaking report released Monday by a leading economic research group, social scientists turned a spotlight on the grave financial challenges facing an often overlooked group of women, many of whom could not take an unpaid sick day or repair a major appliance without going into debt. It's rather shocking. All right, so among the most startling revelations in wealth data that while single white women in their prime of their work years, 36 to 49, have a median wealth of 42,000, still only 61% of their single white male counterparts. The median wealth for single black women is $5. Which I think this is high, because the last time that I seen the median health for white women, it was like 15 grand or some. It was like 15 or 20 grand. But the numbers I distinctly remember seeing was black women was $5, black men was $1,500, and then obviously white men made more money than, like, their wealth was more than white women. Let me see if I can find the numbers.
Wait, so why do whites make more than blacks?
Well, it comes down to, one, there's more of us. There's more of us, and two, it comes down to, it's just like when they talk about the wage gap.
Oh yeah,
when
that's because women don't work as long. Yeah.
Well, it also comes down to choices. So, like, right now, you have 51% or 64% of black males are in the middle class.
Mhm.
Okay. So you have a large majority that are making, like, middle class income, which middle class income I think is like 50 to 100K or somewhere, or 50 to 70K or 50 to 80K, somewhere in there. And then you have the top 10% make over 100K. So there's a lot more white folks in general. So that might have something to do with the averages. But what it comes down to is it's a proven fact that black people spend, I think it's like 25% more money on average than white people do on clothes.
Yeah, like Jordans and yeah.
So like it comes down to spending habits. So like with black women, they're buying weave, which weave's $1 billion industry. So you have women, so anytime that you have single parent households, you live in poverty. Single parent households automatically make it harder for you to get out of poverty. White, black, purple, green. If you come from a single parent household, you're more likely to live in poverty. Also, when you spend a lot of time around women, you're going to behave or get traits from your mom. So women like to buy shit. Like, how many shopaholics do you know that are dudes? I know more women that have shopping problems than men. So it comes down to behavior, and it comes down to choices. So like myself personally, I bought some pants from Carhartt last year. My pants are anywhere from $40 to $80 a pair. I bought like 4 or 5 pairs of pants. I have gotten fatter since last year when I bought these bigger pants. So I'm fat now, and my pants are getting a little tight. Okay. So I need to go buy more pants, but I'm not. I'm waiting it out. I'm wearing these pants that are a little bit smaller, and I'm getting every bit of dollar out of these pants before I spend money on more pants. Men think like that. As a whole, men are more likely to evaluate the benefit cost ratio. Women really don't do that stuff. Like, they do what makes them feel good.
Because you know there's some nigga out there willing to support their habit.
Yeah, so like at the end of the day, when you like for example, my son's mom buys him Timberlands. My son's 4. Now, does she buy them on sale? Probably. She probably does buy them on sale. But she dresses him in name brand clothes. Like, not all of his clothes are name brand, but he does have cute little name brand clothes. I don't think I've ever bought him name brand shoes.
Do you know what true religion is?
Yes, I do.
I wear nothing but true religion polos when I go to school.
The hell is true religion?
It's an expensive brand.
Yeah, back to what you said about the pay gap between black men and white men. A big part that's not being mentioned is negotiations. When you go to a job, you negotiate your pay. And a lot of black guys, unfortunately, listen to other black guys who might tell you, you might think that pay is good, but you have no idea because going back to what the whole subject is about, if you don't talk to these white guys, how are you going to know what real pay is like? You
Well,
don't
not just that, but you
pay.
also it comes down to jobs. So like if you look at the trades, there's plenty of jobs in the trades, but you don't have a whole lot of black people in the trades. Like there are, like, don't get me wrong, there are black people in the trades, but you don't have a large amount of black people joining the trade. So like in my union, if you're a journeyman, you're making about $41 an hour after your 5-year apprenticeship. At my company, we have 2 or 3 black guys. I don't see a whole lot of black electricians. Like, are there some? There's even some women electricians, but I don't see a whole lot of black electricians. But right there, like if you were to become an electrician, your base pay after 5 years in your apprenticeship, you're making $80K a year. $80K right there. That doesn't include if you're a journeyman, you make $41 an hour. That doesn't include overtime. You get double. So like New is in the union. He's in the union. He's a union electrician. And you don't see, like when I go to work, like out here in Ohio, I don't see a lot of black electricians. Like I can honestly say I've only seen maybe 5 or 10 black electricians. Does that mean that there aren't more? No, that doesn't mean that. I only work for one company. There is actually an entire company in Cleveland that's it's called Minority Electrical. It's all black people that work there, and the owner's black. Everyone in it's black. But as a whole, there are in the trades, there's so many jobs that there's so much work. We don't have enough manpower. So there are plenty of places for minorities to come and work in the union, but we don't even have enough white people. Like we don't have enough people in general. We need labor in general. And when I say there's not a lot of black people, it's because we are short on men. Like we don't have enough men doing these jobs. So like easily black folks could fill that gap, but I don't know if they're not. I don't know if they're interested in it. I don't know why, but we just don't have enough guys in general.
Well, when you say like black men, the black man employment rate is like 60% though.
Yeah, but if you're employed at McDonald's versus employed at the union, it's going to be a huge wealth disparity. It's about the quality of job. You can be employed all you want, but if your job's bitch to you and you're earning half of what everybody else is making, then it's like, good on you for having a job, but your money ain't right.
I see.
What's going on, Smooth? Yeah, so like long story short, like here's the other thing. So if you're in the construction field, all right, and you are a minority business, you are able to bid on minority government contracts. Only minorities can vote on these contracts. So if you're a white man, you're not eligible for the bid. So like there's all sorts of incentives and things that are able to get black people to go into and do these things. But the issue is you need to get people to do it. You got to get people that want to do these things. Just like when we talk about the wage gap with men and women, how many women trash men do you have? How many women electricians do you have? How many women do you have working on on oil rigs.
You talking about high-paying jobs that are dangerous that women don't work? Yeah.
Not even high paying jobs.
Not even
though.
just
Not high
It's
paying.
all about.
Your
It could
surgeons.
be.
Your surgeons are majority male. Your
Yeah.
biologists are majority male. Not even just labor jobs. Majority of data entry jobs in the management are majority male because a lot of women they do take time off because pregnancies and the hospital visits and all that to the nature. Plus, the bathroom. I've done cleaning before. If you ever done cleaning a woman's bathroom, they had the inconsistencies or I forgot what the word for it is. Basically, like the tampons. They have added stuff that costs money on their end. Like you went to a woman's bathroom, the tampon area, they have all that. They have plenty of bathrooms, and a stall like a bathroom for men in stalls, right? To run that is pretty cheap if you're a plumber versus toilets with women who clog up the toilets with toilet. If you live with a woman, you know what I'm talking about. They clog the toilet paper, more flooding is happening. So that's coming out of that on that end as well. So there's a lot of things that when they talk about pay gap with men and women, they don't talk about it.
Well, see, like New, me and New, we're union brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're like that's how it works. Like don't get me wrong, not everyone in a union likes each other, and we're not all best friends because we all have different personalities and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we still
Not all brothers like each other either.
We try to help each other out regardless. So like New just said here, honestly, a lot of black dudes I know in Vegas don't want to enter the trades. So like there's all sorts of things that can be done to help people do shit, but the issue is you can't help people that don't want to do it. Like if you don't, like, one of the things I learned as a drug addict, you can't help drug addicts that don't want to help themselves. You can't. So with all this stuff being said, like there's plenty of like, if a lot of the people that don't want to go into the trades or don't want to do this, they don't do it because they have the mindset that they won't be able to get in because they're black or there's race. Like a lot of the time when you have a victim mentality, you stop yourself from taking a chance or doing something because you feel that you don't have an opportunity because of your skin. And that is the most damaging thing to young black kids. By teaching this victim mentality and that white people are all racist and they're bad and America's racist, you're actually making people not want to try. That's what you're doing.
And can I add one more thing? Let me add one more thing on that too. With what he said, you're also limiting yourself. Let's just say, you find a nice white woman that you like. You're now in a conundrum because now you're putting yourself in a mental issue where you're guilty. Oh, am I not less black for dating a white woman? Like that's what's just going to cause you that mental anguish. So sometimes you gotta let that go, man, and just be you.
Well, here's another great example. So, like as a white dude, we don't walk around and make judgment calls about if we do something, if we're still going to be considered white. Like we don't think about that. Like we don't care. The only thing as like a white dude that we think about is like, I'm not really trying to do that because I'm gonna look gay. Like I'm not trying to look like a fruit. Like that's what we worry about. We don't go and like, oh well, white people don't do that. That's like I can't do that. Or like when I like at the end of the day, there's always going to be people that don't like you, and there's always going to be people that treat you like dog shit. That's just how life goes. But when you have an idea that someone else is going to hold you back or not going to give you an advantage because of your skin, life isn't about people giving you chances. Life is about giving yourself opportunities and taking them. People that are victims, people don't want to help out. It's that simple. If every time, if I was to go and be woe is me about being a drug addict or woe is me all the time, I wouldn't have got the opportunities that I got. Like, no one wants to be around a miserable person. And if you're black and I'm white, okay, and you keep like you make it clear that you don't like white people, or there's tension every time I'm around you because I'm white, I'm going to feel uncomfortable. So I'm not going to want to be around you. I'm not going to want to be around you. So say I have a business, all right? Say like you're dating my sister, all right? Say you're dating my sister and you say shit about white dudes all the time in front of me, and I own a business. Am I going to want to hire you and give you a job to help out my sister when you're a poison pit? Are you going to appreciate me helping you? Like, you're banging my sister and you're already saying that you don't like white dudes. You know what I mean? Like, there comes a certain
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
so
like,
are you talking about like that black friend that's cool with the white dude, but will bring up like slavery and all that constantly?
Correct.
Not like one time.
Correct. Just like
That's gonna fucking suck.
Just like if I was to go over to my kid's mom's house and all I said was a bunch of racist shit about black people, not subjectively racist, blatantly racist. How do you think that that her family would feel about me? Do you think they'd want me around? Do you think they'd help me get a job?
Nope.
Think they would help me if my car broke down? Do you think that they would go out of their way in any sense of the way for me? They would not. They wouldn't. And that's what people don't realize. It's like a lot of the times it's not about your race. It's about how you carry yourself. Like, we ruin our own opportunities with our own actions before other people ruin our opportunities for us. It's that simple. Like with my son, I'm not going to raise my son to be black. I'm not going to tell him that he's black because he's not. And I'm not going to raise him to be white because he's not. He's both white and black. Like, that's how I'm going to raise him. I'm not going to tell him that there's racist people out there everywhere trying to kill him. I'm not going to teach him that he's a victim. He's not, because at the end of the day, hard work always pays off. It's that simple.
Wait, so you're saying you're going to teach him to be black? Is that what you said?
I said I'm not going to teach him to be black, and I'm not going to teach him to be white. I'm going to teach him that he's mixed. He's both. I'm going to teach him to grow up to be a man and to be accepted as a man, not by his skin. And I'm going to instill in him that if he works hard, and he works harder than the white guy next to him or the black guy next to him, he works harder than both of them, then he's more likely going to get an opportunity that they won't.
That's a good point you made, man. Because that's a big problem with the children that do or have mixed heritage. They run into that issue. No, that's an issue rarely talked about today. The racial identity, because if they're raised around black people, they're gonna think they're black. If they're raised around white people, I'm not sure about that part, but if they're raised around white people, they might feel a certain type of way, and that's causing confusion right there. So, because of that.
Well, like I think I can speak on that. Being mixed. Like, there is the amount of hate mixed kids get for being too white or being just like that. We're not black, but we're also black. We're expected to uphold a certain standard of blackness. We're also realizing that we're just half breeds and we're no good, and our whore mothers or our fucking white savior fathers or some shit. You know, like we get it on both sides. Less so from the white side of our family tree, but yeah, like we grow up, we're told we're black because our skin's dark, and if our skin's too light, then we're told that we're not really quantified. Well, if there's a drop of black in you, you're black, so you have to act it. And I grew up in a relatively mixed neighborhood when I was a kid, and I didn't know anything about race. I was never told I was black. No one ever brought it up to me. And then when I moved into a black neighborhood, that's when everyone started telling me about race, and I became a racist very fast because it was being pushed on me. Like, you can't have white friends; they're racist. It's like, okay. Like, all white people are bad. So I got to start looking at my white friends and started saying, well, yeah, slavery. And I started watching movies like Mississippi Burning, all kinds of nonsense that got me hating white people for a bit. Right? So that's definitely something you gotta be real cautious about. Is you push too much black culture on somebody too quick, and they're gonna start hating all kinds of people. They're going to start becoming very belligerent, ignorant, and pretty much they're just going to get as militant as it comes, because the burden on biracial people, mixed people, whatever the fuck you want to call us, to fit in is massive. We want to be accepted by somebody. We're accepted by nobody. We're told what category we're in, but we're never treated like that. So it's a difficult position to be in. And I think the best thing you could do, like the happiest I was when we never talked about race. When someone would bring it up, it was just listen, you're you. I rocked with that when I was younger. I was after my parents abandoned me, I got raised by two white people, and they didn't bring up my race. They didn't talk about it. We never acknowledged it. It was just I lived my life as me, and they accepted me for how I was. But they didn't stop. People outside from attacking me. Like, I mean, the most blatant example of racism I ever experienced was I was at a grocery store here in Canada, and this black lady, she sees my foster mom, and she's like, she outright open in public, no need to cover her voice. You filthy fucking nigga lover. It's because of women like you, us black queens can't find no men. First words out of goddamn mouth.
And what'd your mom say?
She said nothing. She was shocked. Wait, what can she say? She can't cuss her out. She's white. And here in Canada, we're all about being as gay as possible when it comes to our response to minorities. Like, we just be giving money to motherfuckers because they're a minority, right? So she couldn't say anything, and I wanted to cold cock that bitch right in the chin. Like, you don't know her. You don't know what she's doing. She isn't related to me at all, and she's sacrificing her money, her happiness to raise me up right. And I still see it to this day. I was just over there yesterday. So
wait, so she said called herself a queen or us queens?
Yeah, she did. She called her and all black women queens.
Wait,
y'all broke it in a motherfucking belt.
Now, I also want to.
My bad.
I want to bring something. I want to bring. Go ahead.
You mentioned a lot of older movies too. The Mississippi Burner is an older movie.
Yeah.
One thing a lot of people do is they show the older things to get you feeling a type of way. They never show you anything in the present. Like, I remember watching movies like Van Wilder and How High, and that changed my whole perception about how people were. Because I remember that the 2000s, which a lot of people want to forget, like the 2000s existed. We watched How High, we watched Van Wilder, we watched a whole lot of movies. Malibu's Most Wanted. We sat back and laughed about it today. But they want to show want to show you Mississippi Burning to change your mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, like I grew up in the 2000s, bro, where shit made sense.
right? Like Savage said, the only thing I was worried about is if a nigga called me a faggot. It's like that was it. You could say whatever the fuck you want. It's like, like why you acting like such a little bitch? It's like that was fighting words, right? You acting like a faggot. That's fighting words. But like no one was fucking with race. Everyone was happy. Like it was never as bad as people made it out. Like I grew up around Asians, Indians, blacks, whites, and we all got on great. There was never any arguing. No one was picking on you because of your skin. You got up, you went to school, and you fucked around with who you fucked around with, right? I had a lot of white friends as a kid because I just happened to have a lot of white people in the general vicinity. But at the same time, I had Indian friends, I had Asian friends, right? I had a crush on a Mexican chick when I was in 3rd grade. It's like shit happens, right? But that was the 2000s, man. 2000s was a beautiful time to live. Now you can't say shit. You can't say shit.
That's why I bring it up because, like, I don't know if people remember Eminem and Benzino's war, right?
Yeah.
The Eminem Benzino thing, and he brought the tapes out. You do that today, Eminem would have been canceled. It was a different time period back then because we understood where Eminem was coming from. He got his heart broken by some black chicks, and he wanted to record a song. Was it out of line? Yeah. He even apologized for it. Now, on Queen's Flip show, Benzino goes on there and brings it up again for sympathy. And I bring that point because a lot of people always bring up the past to make you feel guilty, make you feel angry. They never bring up the
because
present.
it worked. Because it works. That's the problem. It's just people just haven't got the balls to say get fucked. Right? Like we see all this shit right now here in Canada. It's all about Native Americans and how they got burned and how hard their life is. And we should just I think our prime minister just gave him another $10 million and he ain't got that money in the bank. Right? And no one's just saying listen, fuck off. You guys are getting free fuck. You don't have to pay taxes. Right? You get a fucking an allowance. Right? You're exempt from all kinds of bullshit. You can do whatever the fuck you want, and you're still complaining. At a certain point, just no, I'm done. I'm closing the coffers.
And in Canada, they're taking away your ARs, right?
Dude, they take away everything, bro. You can't have shit here.
All this wild going on, right?
You can't talk. You can't go into stores without a mask on your face. They arresting niggas for all kinds of stupid shit. They try to arrest me on some bullshit. I walked into a grocery store trying to get some honey because my roommate asked me, he's like, yo, man, can you just pick me up some fucking sweetener? I said, all right, man. So I go grab him the shit. I'm on my way out the store, right? And they try to kidnap me. They lock me in the building. I open the door because I'm stronger than the chick standing there. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? Open, right? I leave. Police come up. They find me, right? Of course, it's a female cop. She grabbed me she goes, starts giving me the fucking 3rd degree. Because apparently they reported me as assaulting a female, causing physical bodily harm, and then causing criminal mischief by breaking the door off the hinges. They take me there back in the shadow. They take me back in the Silvers, stand me out in front of it. Nothing's broken. They ask, so where did he hit you? She's like, I'm fine, right? But I didn't get to press no charges on this nigga. They didn't haul his ass off in Silvers. They just made me look like a jackass, let me go in and say, well, next time you better wear a mask.
So listen, right now, if you think back, who are the biggest people right now that are pushing like the Black Lives Matter movement, like the black people are oppressed? Who are the biggest people you see pushing this?
And the words are just
like iconic
and
liberals. The words are just
iconic.
Lee Peterson.
Icon.
The words are just Lee Peterson. Black lesbians. My bad.
Yeah. Black lesbians and some people with rhino issues.
That's not who I'm talking about. So Kaepernick is mixed. He was raised by white people. His whole family's white. Mr. Pro-Black. Sean King. Sean King in a police report. Sean King in a police report, when he got his shit stolen, he put down he wasn't black, but he's out there, doesn't look black, saying he's black, saying black people are oppressed. You got a woman that got a job. You got that white woman that was pretending to be black.
Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, like a lot of the faces of these oppression, like a lot of the people that are like the most pro-black are mixed people. They're most of them are mixed people. Like the big iconic names are mixed. Like if you're on the internet and you listen to pro-blacks, if they're mixed, it's over. Like they're more extreme than like a normal black person. Like they're way more pro-black.
Hey Savage, you heard of Michi X?
Yeah,
I remember Michi X. You remember Michi X there, Savage?
Michi X is one of the hard ones. She's goes hard in the plane.
And that's what I'm telling you. Like
I see a lot of mixed biracial women that are pro-black, especially mixed biracial women.
Exactly. And like look at fucking the prince's wife, Meghan Markle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there ain't nothing black about that bitch.
But
she's
then
mixed.
You got the biggest one, Mr. Subway, Juicy Smollett.
Yeah. Fucking Juicy out there, sweeter than a motherfucker. He's out there going, I'm the gay Tupac. I'm oppressed. I'm oppressed because I'm gay and black.
YouTube.
Yeah, man.
Guess what though? They are mixed. They have like I'm not trying to throw shots out here, so I'm not going to say the person's name, but I know specifically of people on YouTube that have black followings, and on their channel there's all sorts of shit that's said about white people, and they are mixed.
That's self-hatred, man. That's self-hatred. It's because they're taught by either their black friends, their white liberal parents, or their black parents to hate white people. And it's the thing is, it's weird because I had that happen to me.
Let me interject real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
I think that they do profit. They do know what they're doing. They do know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? They do know. They're profiting big time.
Every race pimp knows what they're doing. They're out there tricking out your race.
No, I'm going to agree with you. I agree with you that most people are mixed. But what I'm saying is the people I'm speaking of have a parent, like the person, one of the two people they came from is white. Like not like 4 generations back, or like I'm saying like literally when they go home for Thanksgiving dinner, they see a white person like that they call mom or dad, and will be on a show or on a stream and have people talking shit about white people and agreeing about it. Like,
but to counter with new too, the biggest people against it are mixed as well. Look at the conservative twins, the Hodge twins. They're mixed as well. They're not anything like the Black Lives Matter people at all. You know, there's another guy I forget. He's probably I'll get back to his name later, but I do know the conservative twins are one of the main ones that push against that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't out there, but like the difference between like the conservative twins have been censored. Like they've been censored. They've had like any time you have black conservatives or mixed conservatives, their stuff gets canceled. They get shadow banned. It gets taken down
because they're dangerous.
So at the end of the day, like I get it, but I just don't understand. Like, listen, I don't understand being mixed and then talking trash about half your family. Like that's crazy to me. Like, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of stuff that white people do that I just don't agree with. But to come
because it's socially acceptable. That's the reason. It's socially and societally acceptable, right? So there's the social acceptedness of you being able to
speak your mind openly about white people, right? So you can say whatever you want and you won't get any flack. And it's bred into your head in the indoctrination of the elementary and high school that white people created the original sin. They're the ones who bullied everybody else by being more successful. They're the ones who bully the world. Every time something bad happens, it has something to do with some white person. That's the reason. That's the reason I believed it. I was like, all my shortcomings apparently are caused by white people. And it took me a minute to get indoctrinated, but once I did, I remember the worst moment that still gives me, like, I cringe on it today. I doubt she even remembers. But I was losing an argument to some chick, and she had nothing. There was nothing, like, she had done nothing to me. She was just smarter than I was and better at arguing the point. She knew more than I did. And instead of just, trying to recover and come up with a better argument, I just called her a racist. I'm like, you're a Nazi because your grandpa was German. You're a Nazi. And to this day, I feel like a fucking piece of shit about it. But it was easy, right? Because she felt bad. She left and she didn't want to talk to me no more. It's so easy to shut them down, and you feel smart when you do it too, because everyone claps. Everyone says how brave you are, how strong, how smart you are. And you start feeling good about yourself, and you feel good at their expense. It becomes so much easier from there.
Here's the thing, what you said though. Even though those mixed people are doing it, they still won't get liked by black people at all. Like, you still hear some comments about Juicy Smollett. You hear comments about Kaepernick. You hear comments about Meghan Markle. You still hear those comments. So they're fighting a battle that they don't really have a chance to speak on.
It's a losing battle.
And I would love to hear more from them. Positive or negative. More guys like you need to speak up. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, right? But nobody wants to hear me speak, because when I speak,
right now, brother,
I'm speaking from the wrong side of the tracks. If I was out there saying Meghan Markle is so precious, she a queen, she out there just pulling it in for us black folk. She went out there and got herself a prince. It's like people be like, all right, this guy, he's good. But I get kicked out of, like, I got kicked out of class, been punished, been threatened, I was told while I was doing some work with the government that my views for being conservative would entitle me to be fired. And I said, well, you can be openly liberal, but I can't disagree with you. And the woman's like, yeah, 100%. I'm like, do you not see the problem there? She's like, absolutely not. I don't see what the issue is. What you're saying is mean and bad. What I'm saying is good and is for the betterment of society. But I'm like, you're speaking for me, though. You're taking offense for black people you don't know. You're trying to say that you are more of an authority on an issue that you've never been a part of than I am. And the thing is, I'm saying neither of us are an authority, right? Because I don't know how every black person lives their life. I don't know how every mixed kid lives their life. There's some mixed kids that have a great life. Some mixed kids that have horrible lives. Some mixed kids that have life like me. Some mixed kids that have never had a life like me. There's going to be some people out there that you just can't identify with, right? But at the end of the day, it's like I just have an opinion, and you're saying that my right to an opinion is diminished because my opinion disagrees with yours. And because you're in a position of power, you're going to take away my right to speak. And she's like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm like, so what if I was in a position of power, took away your right to speak? So, well, that would be sexist. I'm like, so you can take away my right, but I can't take away yours. And you don't see an issue. And she didn't see an issue.
I noticed you said conservative, and with a lot of things that's in common with what Savage is saying, the white liberals or the liberals in general they'll put you guys on there as the face of Black America. And I think that a lot of black people have a problem with that, but they don't know why that's happening.
Well, see, the thing is, we're light enough to love, but also dark enough to be a message, right? So it's like
Good point.
it's a safe common ground, right? It's the bridge between the black and the white. That's what it is because black, like light skins are seen as the go-between. They're seen as like, if a girl wants to date a black guy, but she not bad enough to get a thug, she goes for the light skin. Light skin's he's gonna be half a nigga, and then he's gonna be white when they need him to be white. She's like, I don't know if you ever seen that Key and Peele sketch where the guy's at dinner and his girlfriend, she's like, well, that waiter was being disrespectful. Well, I thought, like, because I'm dating a light skin, that you're gonna, like, be black and then be white when it's convenient. Now it just go back and watch season 1, Key and Peele episode 5. You'll find it is good. But basically, they want a thug when it's convenient and a white guy when it's convenient, right? So that's why
let's have to get in this. My bad.
Yeah. Sorry about that, man.
You're fine. You also have to understand. So this is the other thing you have to understand too. The psychology here is this. As a whole, white people are discounted on when they say stuff to the black community. So as he said, when she had an argument that he could not dispute, he called her a racist. It's a lot harder to do that to someone that's mixed. So the point is that dichotomy comes from the black side. So like anytime that I talk on any show or any panel or anything like that, everything says you're white. Like that's what I hear. Yeah, well, you're bomb shelf Brad. You're white. So it doesn't matter if I'm coming with straight facts. You can just say that I'm white, and that completely negates my whole argument. But the guy that's mixed, black folks feel more camaraderie with that guy than the white guy.
But that's not always true. That's not always true. They will. It's selective. It's selective. They will hate us just as hard as they hate you. If we're speaking against the community.
Listen.
In fact, they hate us more.
I disagree, bro.
The thing is, they expect it from Savage. They'll look at him and go, well, he's white. And then they'll go, well, you're a traitor. And of course you're a traitor because you're one of them half-breed motherfuckers. You're not real. You never been part of the struggle. You're a half-breed, you're this, they go hard with us.
The point that I'm making though, the best chance in hell is you.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like both shots might be might be an uphill battle, but for you, it has the best odds.
Yeah.
Like for example, so black community makes up 13 or 14. Well, let's even say 20% of the population. Okay. So it's to the point that if you don't have a majority black cast or 50% black cast, you're not being diverse enough, even though statistically only 13%. So like, that's the thing. Like you being mixed, because a lot of pro-blacks say that the one drop rule is real. So effectively, because of the pro-black rule of one drop rule, because America's racist, equals you're black. So you're a lot easier to get a message to or from than me. Even though technically I do have black ancestry. My great-great-great-grandmother was half black and half Indian. So I technically, if we follow the one drop rule, I'm technically black because
man, I see your waves out there, Savage, man. You black, man. I see them waves right there spinning, man.
Yeah, you see that?
he's got to have the waves in his beard. He got nothing up top.
60 waves, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, also to add on that, you're the perfect example because in the 60s, there weren't too many mixed people around, you know, even prior to Loving versus Virginia. So your result of proving that racism is not as strong as it once was. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was, you wouldn't be here, right?
Well, that's the thing is like it's the ironic conundrum of like, yes, racism. Like, I wouldn't be here if racism wasn't a thing. If racism was still a thing, but it's like because of Obama, because of Biden, and all these fucking unnecessary painting themselves in the blood of fallen black people, liberals. You can't get away from it. They're so obsessed with patting themselves on the back for doing anything. Anything. They will find the smallest thing. If a person says, I don't like that color, black's just doesn't work for me. They'll go find that person and they'll just make their life miserable. And then they'll go pat themselves on the back and say, we're doing this for you. I didn't ask you to do it. I can't stand the people who take offense for us, right? They found a way to create racism where it doesn't exist.
I was actually wanted to do my first part I wanted to do on this was classes, because you mentioned classes, Savage.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I'm not trying to diss because I went to college too. I'm college educated. A lot of college educated black folks tend to be speaking on behalf of all black people, and they only have one experience, which is the educational system. They grew up in other two as well, but you went to college to escape that situation we're in, and now they're speaking for us because they've been so far removed from that now it's confusion. And with Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, right? The Maxine Waters, she brought them on there. She's a college educated woman, and she brought another college educated woman in Megan Thee Stallion, right? Now Megan, okay, she might be from the hood, whatever, but she's so far removed from that to go from education. Exactly.
Yes.
Who educated?
She went to University of Houston. She went to University.
She graduated?
Yeah, a lot of these. You'd be surprised. A lot of these rappers are college educated. Plies is college educated. Lil Wayne. A lot of these guys you think are straight hood. They college kids. You know what I'm saying? And a lot
of straight hood or no, she just gross. I've never seen something so disgusting in my life.
That's the problem.
How do you be that nasty and have some? All right, fine. I can't deny that.
And on the white side as well with the liberals, because a lot of those college liberals are speaking for white people. They're not like the common white person that's going through their job every day. They don't even have a voice. Their voice is being spoken by the liberals, just like we are. The voice are spoken by these college educated liberals. They never been through those shootouts or that somebody been through who they're speaking about. They never been through welfare, or they never been through working two jobs, any of that. They're talking from an ivory tower.
Well, it's exactly like the lady in your photo once said. It's more important to be morally right than factually correct.
Yo, AOC's throwing up that blood sign, by the way. She's powerful.
Yo, she's straight white power.
And this is the thing, though. This is what makes me laugh. If people stopped worrying about what other people are doing and just worried about what they can control, life goes much easier. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember, but when you were a kid and like one of the kids was like, well, why can't I? They got to. Who liked that kid?
Nobody.
Liked that kid?
The first word out your mouth was faggot. Fuck off, faggot.
We play Salucci. I don't know if y'all remember. Y'all remember Salucci? You take that hat and throw it around.
You fuck with that kid.
Who is that? What kid liked when they ran to an adult and said, "Hey, they took a piece of candy. I want a piece of candy." Like, no one liked the snitch. No one liked the kid that was always fucking crying. And that's where we're at in America now. We got people are like, well, he got like, dude, like that's the thing. People don't realize like life is easier for some people. Life is harder for other people. Not every like I'm 6'3". I'm in like the top 3% or top 15% or something. I'm in an extremely high number in the world for height. Like not like only 3% of the population is 6'3" or taller. So I know. I have
I'm
an
5'10". I'm jealous of the motherfucker. I'll trade you some of my hair for some of your height.
Dude, listen. I'm cool with being bald, all right? But that's the thing. Like, I have an advantage for being tall. But should any guy, like, should guys that are 5'5" get to make a rule that, like, if you're over 6 foot tall, they have to cut your legs off till you're the same height as them? Like, who would be like, oh, that's cool. That makes sense. No.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many
crazy.
people would be okay with that.
That's crazy.
I think it's ridiculous. But like, you'd be surprised. But I met some angry short motherfuckers, and they just be jealous all day.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on short people, man. They come with ways to get women as well. It's interesting. But back to the college piece, man.
They come up with ways until you reach up and grab something from the top shelf, and they just go. I want a nigga without a stool.
Don't be dissing the horse jockeys of America, man.
Yo, man, I go by the Owen Benjamin rule, the height supremacy. Any man below 5'7", you gotta watch that nigga.
Damn,
Can't trust him. He's always up to something.
You hurt Bow Wow's feelings, man.
Yeah, man, you can't trust Bow Wow up there with his short ass trying to get shit off that top drawer.
Back to that conversation about the people who are in the elite class, or not even elite, college educated. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're far removed. They're so far removed from their previous situation, and for them to speak on any situation that is negative that they don't experience is crazy to me. That's the part that I don't understand. Like, when you see Maxine Waters, or when you see Pete Buttigieg. Oh, Pete Buttigieg is a guy. If he went on the Zeus and Mero, right? And drank a 40 ounce.
Buttigieg.
You know what I'm saying? Drank a 40 ounce and thought he was down. You know what I'm saying? That's something you do in college. I right then and there, he gave me college vibes, because I was like, this something you do in college. Try to fit in. Like, they're the ones that are speaking for people now. That's why it's a confusion, because back then you had people from all classes of life speaking, but now with college being oversaturated, everybody and anybody can get in, and anybody can graduate, and anybody from college can speak. It creates problems.
I mean, some nigga in that office graduated AOC and Megan Thee Stallion. That nigga needs to be put on trial.
So, I'm about to wrap this stream up, but the main thing that I wanted to end on is it used to be back in the day, Americans helped other Americans. They cared about their neighbor. Like, my boss, my foreman, he realized that his next door neighbors hadn't left their house in a few days, and he went over there to check on them to see how they were doing, and he and his wife made a bunch of food because they figured that they got COVID and couldn't leave. So he made a bunch of food and sent it over so him and his kids could eat, because they were under quarantine. Like, whenever he mows his grass, he mows his neighbor's grass. It doesn't matter about, it used to be, it didn't matter about your neighbor's political beliefs or their race. It was about helping another American.
Well, yeah.
And it's getting so bad. It's hitting you guys up north, man.
Yeah.
It's you guys up north.
With us, yo, it's bad. Oh my God. I feel about ready to give up with this guy. Like, we got a dictator in office. He ain't never gonna leave. I swear, like, the conservatives are going so far to the left, they're basically just the new liberal party. And the liberals are going so far to the left, they might as well just call them the new Stalinist party. Like, I honestly give it another 6 months before they say it's okay to genocide motherfuckers with COVID. And they just go arbitrarily pick niggas and go, you got COVID, you got COVID, you got COVID. Look under your chair, you got COVID, nigga. It's like we got COVID hotels. So if you leave the airport, you're supposed to report to a hotel, which they will charge you $500 a night. They'll give you shit food and shit living conditions, right? And you have to stay there on your dime for a decision made by the government. And they think that's okay. They've got quarantine centers where people who live in, like if you're deemed to have coronavirus, they're planning on sending you to a quarantine center. Quarantine center is just a concentration camp with a different name, because concentrating niggas that they don't like in one area.
Yeah, man. But you know, this. I think what he's talking about with this sense of community, man, that's being lost, and that's what you're talking about is the result of that, where
Yeah.
the sense of community is not happening and stuff like that happens. I mean, man, all I want to
Dude,
say
when
is,
yeah.
I haven't seen no riots since JB been in office. You know, I ain't seen no riots. Like only in Portland, and they didn't report that. But you're right about the sense of community, man.
Dude, when I had that, I was the happiest, man. Growing up, I was in a neighborhood like that where you helped each other, you worked with each other. You basically were all family. We used to have barbecues every Sunday, potluck barbecue. You grab your shit from your freezer, I grab my shit from my freezer fridge. We throw it on the barbecue. We all come with our foreign fucking spices and shit. We have ourselves a good time. That used to be the norm. Now everybody's looking at their neighbor trying to come up with some reason why they fucking don't like them. It's like, man, what happened to the love, man? We used to like each other, right? And it's crazy. But I mean, like, we got what? We got Savage, he's white. We got me, I'm mixed. We got you, who's black. So at least we're trying something here.
So I'm gonna wrap this up with, I totally, like, if people want to have their own space, that's fine. I get it.
100%.
But it's not in the long, like, it's gonna have short-term game, not long-term game. Like, it's not gonna pan out for us. Because I can tell you right now, if the laws get tighter on men here in America, like they are in other Western world, other Western countries, we're doomed.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you for coming on the panel. Thank you for your amazing conversation. I appreciate it.
Savage.
As always, guys.
Hey, Savage, leave me on the back side. Leave me your Cash App.
My Cash App is right there on the banner.
So the Cash App. Okay, I got you. Boom. Okay, your name with the dollar. Say no more. I got you, bro.
All right, guys. As always, stay savage.
Already.